As always, we always before every meeting we go to our God in prayer. Yeah, that the Lord, so that the let us have our hands and pray. Dear Father, again, God. Pagana ho para hanho na nature. And that some other deal go the church, Aro Jingo Nana, oh, a kitchen, constitution. Just either succeeding that after postpone that to those on that has hit on that she don't get an ear. But often, Lato, though now on it's an issue in the chicken case like. Che hodiligen or chi case or that danda I can't now cut and any cleaning at the apony genetic now function. Nature again go yet on cheek case in the again bake for then not a crow case house and it again then he to enough. Then he catches sleepy in a part on it and then on can get over started a creature. Answer was nature that we nasa. And the Takateo hot in the Danation, Neta Nela, and the exposure of Nana, Ishivan, his now was again his person. Arabic Chas and Nikito, J. the Snake, Paponates and Bishop and Nature, Coronican, Sickest on J. Bitsy, Golden Hints and Gohan, so she, Joe Payo, Nepe Hans, the day case. Everyone here dominates and the case don't get person. I should say the problems. That the old that's it was I don't show nice and I don't yet take it about this case to go later. Which end has taken a bachelor's center that all farms of machine. A team found a cato can had a aid. But I had your back and the Craig at the barn since a case to all farms of that. But so that and the base of the batch after baby national hands so she paid the shots there's case dance and the dance with our son in us was make it out on that the haya the shape but the hios on the house father check over that it is just so the way that has all the fudge the shots and she paid dance and she but that joke då was det här tiden när han då så jag kanske dansa. Vars har det igen tänkt på att känna på att vara spännande. Är det inte compassionate on about känna på att vara spännande och vilket lero jag att ha kompis. Men det kan de det då snitto för att snart kan be det kapot så be det given that. Är det på den där I need now är på den part of law. Non-national fishing response only Nido called Nepande Ashmore Hikan and that Connie Naja. Yesterday, the speaker early. Based on published on Gohan, so Washington. The name Kahanda Washington, and the response only then on Kananish day at the Baye Pico. Niket one so we are Washington, not Ani. Niket dots is the Aro, and so that was basically Lana as many given that. Niket one and the President Nigel, though Vice President Montoya, one sort Chief Justice Joanne Jane asked for the man. Salat Soros Salat over that Faji art on the Ashmore. I don't see it up on it and given a nut and you can't see the open partners and needs under 100 on partners. Pero we can see question in JPC, Betsy, Golden Kings and a care arts which have been hard enough party on to one change of party did on the definition Jesus Christ. Amen.
Chair Martinez, will to this kind of professional and non-economic. And colleagues, we did do roll call and we did call the meeting to order at 10:20 a.m. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Good morning. I will see colleagues, and we will go down to number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Staff, if you could help us read the proposed agenda to the record.
Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati meeting, this is the proposed agenda for the regular meeting Thursday, January 23, 2025, 10 a.m. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 2, limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. There's 1 journal dated January 9, 2025. 5, receive reports of the update report from NECA on ARPA vacuum addition projects and approval process for installations. D, update report on current funding status for the housing build initiatives and related matters, including the transfer of funds from the community housing infrastructure department. 6, old business. A, legislation 0227-24. New business. A, legislation 0001-25. B, legislation 0002-25. 8, closed meeting announcements adjourned. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. Do we have a motion? Motion by Chair Regina Charles Newton. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Arvizo. Colleagues, any questions, comments, amendments to our agenda today? Chair Parrish.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Speaker Curley, for recognizing me. I'd like to offer amendment number 1 to move receiving reports after old business and new business. And to add, I believe, legislation 25024, Honorable Dr. Inez legislation. Honorable Dr. Inez, is that your legislation?
Yeah. Colleagues, thank you, Chair Parrish. There is a motion for amendment number 1. It is to move receive reports after new business and also to add legislation 0250-24 to the agenda. And we do have a second by Delegate Dr. Inez. Colleagues, do we have any questions on amendment number 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Staff, if you could do a one-time roll call vote.
Good morning, council. Good morning, everybody. Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Pla. Honorable Shauna Ann Pla. Honorable Shauna Ann Pla does not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon votes green. Honorable Amber Pinez Bacati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Pinez Bacati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Holt, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable George Holt votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Honorable Curtis Nito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Nito votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Leslie Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Leslie Yazzie votes green. Boimaka. Honorable Shani Ann Clark. Honorable Shani Ann Clark did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. With that, Speaker Kelly, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, with Speaker Kelly not voting.
And for the record as well, Vice Chair Johnson does vote green.
You see that changes the vote tally to 16 in favor and 0 opposed, with Speaker Kelly not voting.
All right, thank you. Staff, we do have a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Chair not voting on amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 does carry. Back to our main motion, colleagues. Are there any other motions? Chair Eugenia Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I know that we probably at this point don't have anybody to report on this issue, so I'm going to ask Speaker that you report on this issue. And that is, we have been getting, at least I have been getting text messages and phone calls from people in Phoenix, in the Arizona area, where the immigration ICE has been doing sweeps to pick up illegal immigrants, and there are some Navajo people who are getting picked up and taken to facilities. I just got a text message from somebody who actually got picked up and was released this morning. But the question is, what is council doing to address this issue? And I think that this is a report that we received because I believe that this is going to continue. So we need a plan of action. And if anything, Speaker, I know that we just became aware of this yesterday, but if you could provide a report to the Navajo people, number one, that it is happening, that we are receiving, and I'm sure my colleagues are receiving the same messages as well from people who are living in the urban areas, that it is happening. And then number two, what we're working on to address the issue. I know that there was an email that was amongst us, and at this point, I saw the response from Vice President. We have not seen a response yet from WHO, which is really a shame. But I think that our people need to know that council is working to try to address this issue. And I know you presented some ideas, Speaker. So maybe you can provide us a report on that to let us know, again, how council is working to mitigate the issue and how we're going to move forward in the future. So if we can get that report, Speaker, add that onto our agenda today and put that report before the update from NECA and then the report from CHID. If we can get that report first, since I think it's going to be a short report just to provide information to our Navajo people. So I do want to make that motion at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. That is amendment number 2 here. We do have a motion. It does read that report regarding the immigration and custom enforcement ICE impacting urban Navajos as item A. So that was the amendment number 2. And colleagues, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Delegate Nathan Nota. Colleagues, any questions on amendment number 2? Chair Hirsch.
So, Speaker Curling, good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Nomination Council. My question is not necessarily for the motioning party or the seconding party, but I just wanted to ask if the Office of the Speaker is prepared to give this report. I know Chair Engineer Charles Newton did indicate that this is all new news and current information that's developing. I think we've all, seen one of the emails that went out or the post that went out from the president's office, but I think it's a fair question to ask if the Speaker's office is also prepared to give us additional resources to share with our people. So I just wanted to check in with the Speaker's office on how far that they are prepared to give that report. And I know that the reports are after business, so that may give you more time to prepare for that report.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, for that question. And colleagues, I did CC you on that email yesterday regarding some of the complaints that we have been getting, and we did send it over to the Office of the President, Vice President. And also numerous CCs were made to Vital Records, Police Department, DOJ, and Family Services. So as of yesterday and to now, we have not received any feedback from the executive branch other than what was posted on social media. So we'll do what we can to gather all that information. So by that meantime, thank you, Chair Parrish. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions or comments on amendment number 2? I don't see any. Staff, if you could do a roll call vote on amendment number 2. Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. How do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. How do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shawna Pla. Honorable Shawna Pla did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman. How do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. How do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Once more, Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toll.
Green.
Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Cheryl Linyazi. Honorable Cheryl Linyazi did not vote. Honorable Esther Yazzie.
I vote green, ma'am. Thank you.
Honorable Esther Yazzie votes green. Going back up. Honorable Shawna Pla. Honorable Shawna Pla did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson is also excused, and Honorable Cheryl Linyazi, how do you vote? Honorable Cheryl Linyazi did not vote. With that, Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Speaker Curley not voting. Thank you, staff. And we do have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting on amendment number 2. So amendment number 2 does carry. And going back to the main motion, colleagues. Chair also.
Good morning, if you, I propose amendment number 3 to have consent agenda for the edition 0001-25 and 0002-23. 25. And on the consent agenda, those two items pertain to the priorities for the state of Utah and also the ICWA. Right now, we have to act on this as soon as we can because of committee hearing that's going to happen soon. So as we move forward, this legislation is very important to on the ground out there. Honorable Herman Daniels on the team that's out there lobbying for the efforts of the interests of the Navajo Nation in the state of Utah. So with that, that's my motion.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a amendment number 3 at legislation 001-25 and 002-25 to the consent agenda. Is there a second? Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on amendment number 3? Delegate Andy Ness.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And I'm going to request to the motion parties if we can add legislation 0250-25, which was recently added to amendment number 1 to the consent agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Andy Ness. That is a request to Chair Arvizo. He can add legislation 0250-24 to the consent agenda. Chair Arvizo. Chair Arvizo concurs with the seconding. Delegate Arvizo is okay with that. So that is modified here, and consent agenda will include 0250-24. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on amendment number 3? Going twice and going 3 times. Staff, if you could do a roll call vote on amendment number 3.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nespigay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nespigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shana Pla. Green. Honorable Shana Pla votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Prati, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Amber Canespa Prati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Rich James is also excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Casey Johnson, how do you, excuse me, Delegate Johnson votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Ness votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Ness votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Nathan Melta, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Melta votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolt. Honorable George Tolt votes green. Honorable Otto Sell, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Curtis Unita.
Green.
Honorable Curtis Unita votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Leslie Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Leslie Yazzie votes green. One up. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. With that, Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, with Speaker Kelly not voting.
And for the record, Chair Jesus did vote green.
I'm sorry. That changes the vote tally to 19 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker Kelly not voting.
Thank you. As colleagues, we do have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting on amendment number 3. So amendment number 3 carries. And going back to our main motion. Colleagues, any comments or questions on the main motion of our agenda? Delegate Curtis Unita.
I want to make a amendment. I want to make an amendment
to remove 0227-24 because I need some documentation that's I need to receive right now by email. So I'm not prepared for this legislation. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Delegate Yanito. There is amendment number 4 for a motion to delete legislation 0227-24 off of the agenda, and 0227-24 is part of old business 8, colleagues. So there is that motion. Is there a second? Second call for a second. And third call for a second. Chair Addison. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on this amendment number 4? Chair Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the 25th Nomination Council. Delegate Curtis Yanito, your request on the removal of the agenda of legislation 0227-24. It was back on October 18th that this legislation when it was tabled. The request came from Delegate Yanito, and I had talked with him, and I told him, and I honored his request when he asked for a community public hearing at Red Mesa. And the community public hearing happened on December 3. This legislation needs to move forward. And the full council will have final approval for this legislation. It's really up to you, and how we proceed. And because I had done a PSF just to remove it. I don't ask your legislations to be removed off the agenda, because I have respect for you to do that. If I wanted to, I would come to you and talk to you about your legislation, but it always comes before council to decide and have a debate on these issues. So I'm going to vote red on this, and we need to move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ricky Nez. Any colleagues, comments? Chair Addison. Chair Addison removes the second. Colleagues, or is there another colleague that will pick up the second motion? Second call.
Second.
Second by Delegate Shauna Antlaw. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments on amendment number 4? Going twice? And going 3 times. Staff, if you could do a roll call vote for amendment number 4.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shauna Antlaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Antlaw votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes red. Honorable Amber Kines McCarty, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines McCarty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels and Vince James and Danny Simpson are excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson votes red. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes red. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes red. Honorable Rick Nez stated that he does vote red. Honorable, excuse me, but Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Nathan Melta, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Nathan Melta votes red. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes red. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable George Tolt votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Lester Yazzie votes red. What about that? Honorable Stephen Ariso, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Ariso. Honorable Stephen Ariso did not vote. With that, Speaker Crowley, you have 8 delegates who voted in favor, 11 delegates who opposed, with Speaker Crowley not voting.
Thank you. And we do have a vote of 8 in favor, 11 opposed, with chair not voting, and amendment number 4 fails. So legislation, old business A will continue to stay on the agenda. And back to the main motion, colleagues. This is on our agenda. 8 to 11. 8, 11, 1. Second call. And third call. We'll do our second reading and then we'll go to a vote.
Madam Chair, Amendment 1, move receive reports after new business. Add legislation 0250-24 to the agenda. Amendment 2, add report regarding the immigration and customs enforcement impacting urban neighborhoods as item A of receive reports. Amendment 3, add legislation 001-25, 002-25, and 0250-24 to consent agenda. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. We'll do a roll call vote.
Honorable Stephen Ariso, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Ariso. Honorable Stephen Ariso did not vote. Honorable Helena Esbigay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Esbigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shawnee Ann Pla, how do you vote? Honorable Shawnee Ann Pla votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes green. Honorable Amber Perez Baccardi, how do you vote?
I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Perez Baccardi votes red. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Casey Johnson votes green.
Delegate Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Curtis Unito votes red. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Honorable Estriazi, how do you vote? Honorable Estriazi, votes green. Going back up, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. With that, Speaker Crowley, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who opposed, with Speaker Crowley not voting.
Thank you. Staff, we do have a vote on our main motion of our agenda with a vote of 18 in favor, 2 opposed with chair not voting. So colleagues, we do have an adopted agenda for today, and staff will be emailing that revised agenda and also getting those prints. So going to number 4, review and adopt journals. We do have one journal from January 9th, 2025. And that journal was sent out on January 22nd, 2025 at 10:20 a.m. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Delegate Yazzie, Sherilyn Yazzie. Is there a second? Second by Delegate George Toll. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments on the journals? Going twice? Going 3 times. Staff, if we could do a roll call vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shawnee M. Clark, how do you vote? Honorable Shawnee M. Clark votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Niven.
Green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Niven votes green. Honorable Amber Nesbipati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Nesbipati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Rich James, and Honorable Daniel Simpson are excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shanti Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shanti Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toll, how do you vote? Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Lester Yazzie votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. With that, Speaker Crowley, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with Speaker Crowley not voting.
Thank you, staff, and we have adopted our journal with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And we'll go down to number 6. The old business legislation 0227-24. Primary sponsor, we do have Chair Ricky Nez here with us. And staff, if you could read the legislation to the record, and then we will recognize a motion and a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item A, legislation 0227-24, and action related to resources development and Naa'bik'iyati committees and nomination council approving an amendment to the oil and gas mining lease 14-20-603-270 between the nomination oil and gas company and STL for certain trust lands in the Red Mesa chapter, San Juan County, Utah. This legislation is final, was tabled on October 18, 2024, to have a public hearing within 60 days and to allow sufficient time for sponsor and agent to provide all requested documentation. Motion was held by Honorable Curtis Benito, seconded by Honorable Shawna N. Paul, with a vote of 14 in favor, 2 opposed. This legislation is final authority of the Nomination Council to enter.
Thank you. Staff and colleagues, we have a motion. Motion by Honorable George Todd. Is there a second? Oh, there is already a motion and a second on the main motion already, since it is a part of old business, and that motion was made by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and then it was seconded by Delegate Toll.
Is there a motion to?
Did you do a motion to take it off the table?
Okay, we do have Delegate Toll. Motion to take legislation 0227-24 off the table. And is there a second? Second by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments? I don't see any hand raised. Staff, if you could do a roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shawna N. Pla, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shawna N. Pla votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Prati, how do you vote?
I'll vote red, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes-Prati votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Vince James, and Honorable Danny Simpson are excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Benito, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Curtis Benito votes red. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes red. Honorable Honorable Leslie Yazzie votes green. With that, Speaker Curley, you have 16. Excuse me, Speaker Curley, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 4 delegates who oppose, with Chair Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff, and that was the vote to take off the table with a vote of 16 in favor, 4 opposed, with Chair not voting. So we are on old business legislation 0227-24, our primary sponsor, Delegate Chair Ricky Nez, and the main motion was already made by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton and the second by Delegate George Tolt. Colleagues, will we be having any question on this legislation? Yes, and we will go over to the presenter, Chair Ricky Nez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the 25th Nomination Council, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Naa'bik'iyati Pena Ado Di Kudo Sabe Nada Sabe Tanahdi Legislation 0227-24. Di Kudo. From the previous council, Honorable Chairman Daniel So used to remind us that when you introduce a legislation, you're only the sponsor, he says. You're only the sponsor, but the legislation belongs to the council. And I always think that way. You know, even though I sponsored this legislation, it's up to you. To govern nation governor Nana Ako the Kojot Abes Ani the legislation he thought was a source again. It was tabled back on October 18, 2024. And the request came from my young brother here from Aneth area, Danko, Delegate Curtis Yanito. Ayo, the national Hundi, no, he wanted the public to understand the boundaries that exist between Mexican water and Red Mesa, where Navajo Nation Oil is asking to reinstate approximately 80 acres back. The meeting took place on December 3rd at Red Mesa chapter for the community to be aware of and receive information on where this area is at. But the people and the chapter officials at their meeting, there's an attachment here. Aita Yelak Danego from Red Mesa chapter. They passed a resolution, 26 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. So this happened back on June 27, 2024. Says cheat has company in Red Mesa chapter. Then get the neck hair, but they're good with it, and this is how this resolution was passed. Navajo Nation Oil and Gas went back over there on December 3rd to let the people be aware that they're asking for this according to the legislation findings. Under findings D, the lessees are seeking an amendment to the lease to add an additional 80 acres that were originally part of the lease's 2,560 acres, but have since relinquished back to the Navajo Nation. The additional 80 acres are needed as attachments. Back on September 2, 1953, for 2,560 acres. Red Mesa chapter Utah's County, San Juan, I don't like couldn't have used the last 80 acres. Aediki Nayokedi, Ide Hot Ego, Hot a Kohonsago, not open kitchen. I just want to reiterate some things that we had spoken of back at Naa'bik'iyati meeting on this legislation. For those of it, and I table Elian need source. I don't hit that on another source. A coalition in coordination and I'm not sending Ado Aqui has Ivy, Lay Montezuma Creek down to Red Mesa to Anna. That area, Northern Agency, it gives a lot of money into the Navajo General Fund. Behind there, I open the Nahas of Chicago, Washington, a charge for a bishop for Tiniki at According to way Ben Hitchona relation and not Leniki, though Ashen Hippen forwardly by option or Stetiki. And this legislation goes to the full council for final authority. So thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Rikines, for that presentation. And colleagues, raise your hand if you want to be in queue for questions. Delegate Ito.
Yateo, yeah, the Hillishon Nani, the exact same way that he did when he first proposed the legislation. Itaya table that was me because there was a lot of questions on this proposal. That time, I need this lease right here. So we needed a clear copy of this. I asked for that. I never received that. On this thing, there's a chairman that wrote, signed on the San said, yeah, it was. And I tried to find, where the approval came from. Lay from the Navajo Nation Council that I don't know, we got sleep. And that's the issue that, that I came up with. And that's what I said. And there is only one, but that's a bribery of selling propane the wood pellets. They didn't promote that over there until I showed up. That's when a lot of the pointing fingers was pointing at me. But that was, if you're going to do a public hearing, you have to be really concentrating on the table in motion of this legislation, not promoting, your propane selling or your wood pallets. That's bribery. It was over there. Then none of the permit holders was invited over there. And then even with my Mexican Water Chapter voters, official, right, about the members of the community never showed up at that hearing. They call it hearing, but it's a promotional bribery. That's what they done over there. It was, I don't know, that opened a lot of doors to a lot of other questions. They questioned a lot of this lease. This lease is a very old lease back in 1953, and it's not at least signed it. And then it was a trial from there to today. I went through a lot of the RDC meetings about term and conditions. You guys always talk about 25th part. The CFR in there, it needs to be upgraded here because this is the last drop of oil that we're going to attempt to retrieve. Yes, Shinsha, about our kids, what are they doing if this is all defeated? I don't know. On top of that, this location, the township and range That's off, way off. The location, this location is way off. Well, those are questions that came up. On top of that, it ended up asking questions about the boundary, chapter boundary. One night and one highway east of Red Mesa. Red Mesa is about 20 miles away from that boundary that we're talking about. This location right here, we have a permit holder that has a permit there. And she never did a consent to this and allowed this to happen because there's a sacred water. This thing is spelled wrong on here. The last resource for fresh water for ceremony, even in the Naa'bik'iyati, right below there, this will be a Jaeger chick. She hold it up here. I don't know. Anyway, that's the sacred water, the last resources that we have for, retrieving some fresh water from spring water from earth. Evidence that there's a lot of these fresh water that's been depleted because of the drilling activity that happened to lay Anna area. I don't know, it really contaminated the groundwater. The Mexican water, there's only 2 sites that really produce oil. The Red Mesa is just right in the middle, and just like I said, none of the permit holders was there. A boundary issue. That's what El Sosa said. The boundary line, and then he left. And the issue is that I never received any kind of document, like a chapter boundary deed attempt. There's no evidence that we have that. We have the grazing permit. That's the federal document that proves that the rifle grazer has that documentation. And then in the grazing regulation, that says in there that there should be no encroachment from outside companies. And then also protection of water. And those are the things that should have been inserted in these lease. These lease begin that was both from a federal agent, the one that drafted this lease late in the past, not there was no say from the Navajo tribe or any kind of authority from the Navajo Nation that negotiated this lease. Even in, like I said, it opened more can of worms. The Shnini, Anna, and Mexican water, they actually passed a resolution. They have to put a stop to this lease until there's they put a moratorium on it. The lease goes like that until there's this lease needs to be updated and reviewed and renegotiated, because this is a long past due lease that, like the right of way, it only allows $1.29 per acre. Today, compare that today, it's like $80 an acre right of way. So I know that we dealt these kind of term and condition in the past. You can't just go by that 25th CFR. Chicago, I want to tell you that this kind of efficiency and breach of contract should be updated in every resource that we have here on the map. What I want this case, and then this resolution that didn't be built from the Red Mesa. I didn't sign it. I never signed this resolution because I was opposing it, because it's at the wrong chapter house. I can share the moratorium resolution to you guys. But the water being in this water, there's a lot of contaminants already happening because, like I said, we've gone through all these trials, all these years. What's going to happen with this sacred water here is that it's going to be registered into the federal register to protect this spring. Hold on. And then this is not just today's evidence that I'm concluding. This has been happening all these years, and then it goes with like coal mines there. Look, those people are, they're still in a sad case over there. We need to really understand how we need to negotiate on emergency management plan, because the spill that happened out there, that, we're not even on top of that, and there's no citation on those things. 8, 10 years ago. And then there's no energy policy. It's not even in this lease. That's why, like I said, it opened a can of worm here that, a moratorium should happen. That's the last resource right there is that and I know that you guys did a presentation about drilling for water and how you can conceal it. And the way you explained it was you can seal off water with concrete. Seeing that more presentation that you did. After that, there was a lot of more questions that came out over your so-called hearing. Even you guys never respond to all of the questions that everybody, the audience questioned you. A lot of this, like I guess you guys paid the community for a lot of the right-of-ways as well. They're asking for an increase on that. And then with this, I know that I was at the Anna chapter, and then I know Nog was there. The right of way, they just to flush out their pipeline, rejected the audit. And then that chapter asked for a moratorium for this lease to it needs to be updated. So that's where it's at. And so that's why I'm still waiting for some documentations here that I can share with all my colleagues here. We were trying to, working our way all the way back to the federal government for the information like this, and they don't even have it. So like this, that's why I'm saying this lease needs to be updated, and the way it's proposed, we don't even know who ST Oil Paradox LLC is either. And then at this so-called hearing that they're talking about, the CEO wasn't even there either. So that you will be not the kid and this needs to be tabled again because we need more time to do research. And right now, I'm doing the research in my LBA right now, trying to retrieve a lot of information because I know my colleague, this is really way overdue on these leases that we have here on the reservation. But what's odd of that, I know position, how much we have left there? And then, and then on top of this too, is that when this lease, I think Navajo Nation is capable of overtaking this lease too. These companies, they're just say, yeah, okay, I'm done with this lease, you can have it now. No, see, that's the way the federal agent, whoever drafted this lease, was intended to take over all our value resources here. Without it, and those documentation, we need to look into it as lawmakers. And You know, we can always renegotiate this. Even that the details, though, I know the respect of the ponds here. You know, we've got Navajo ponds that don't really understand the whole legal process of this lease. What aid, you know, I really want to hear and I want to see the actual documents, how this whole process been introduced to our uneducated leadership. I want to defend this, and I hope that my colleague would understand where I'm going with this. Even in I'd like to, ask for your vote to table this for further information. With I am huge kid already, because we all gotta stick together. We gotta think for our children. Indeed, I need for you for a lease of it, even in a scholarship. Let's face the reality, because we all said that we would make changes here for our nation. It would not be in others. That's why I want to defend, to say that I want a motion to table this legislation 0227-24 for further information and furthermore discussion and meetings. What table is, I just need more clarification for my community that I represent, Mexican Water, Red Mesa, and Tijuana's Ponce and Sweetwater. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Yanito, and that was a motion to table, if I'm correct. If you could give a specific directive or timeline.
I'm gonna receive more resolutions here. And I'm gonna go ahead and do it for another 60 days. And hopefully I get all the information and hopefully Now can help me try and retrieve some of these documents that I asked for. I don't adult Rick Nez is the sponsor. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Yanito. There is a motion to table for further information up to 60 days. Is there a second? Is there a second? Chair Brenda, can you see seconds? And for our standing committee rules of order, a tabling motion is not debatable, colleagues, so we will go for a vote, and it is a majority vote. So we'll do a roll call vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Right.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes red. Honorable Helena Nesbitt, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Helena Nesbitt votes red. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Pla, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Ann Pla votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes red. Honorable Amber Kunis Bakati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kunis Bakati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Vince James, and Delegate Daniel Simpson are excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson votes red. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes red. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes red. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable George Cole, how do you vote? Honorable George Cole votes red. Honorable Otto Sell, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Otto Sell votes red. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Cheryl Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Cheryl Yazzie votes green. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Lester Yazzie votes red. With that, Speaker Crowley, all delegates have voted, and there are 9 delegates who voted in favor, 11 delegates who opposed, with Speaker Crowley not voting.
Thank you, staff, and the tabling motion fails with a vote of 9 in favor, 11 opposed, with chair not voting. And we will go back to who's in queue for comments and questions, and we'll go back over to Chair Ricketts. First, Chair Brenda Jesus.
Naa'bik'iyati, been a map speaker, and to my colleagues in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Chairness, legislation, so sabi na di na tosted do na do di ya kodo shin kodo indi ahigi kodo Vice President Mr. McCabe, thank you for being here. So when Resources and Development Committee had heard this legislation, there was this document that was just given to us that wasn't legible. We couldn't really read it and understand it. And one of the things that I just want to let my colleagues know, there's a reason why I voted green to table this legislation. I know Minerals Department, through Director Jeremiah, she is in support of the 80 acres, but what we need to understand for those colleagues, so if you read the terms and condition on this document here, $11,801.60 is the only amount that was paid. For 2,560 acres. Big a Kodoshi o Behasen, Kodona Kani, grazing permit, Halonigi, we're taking acreage away from them, but this was a document that was already approved back in 1934. But one of the things that we need to clearly understand is there should have been renegotiation throughout the years. Fair market value, 91 acre per land. Do cho ego pelagana he yo lo. They documented, you know, I get the company name, the Carter Oil Company, Denver, Colorado. Cho ego she ye team. He art ito ko na ke yada tit en hai aho. He skip. Quagging lady and novel, a deep neither, a jaw set nothing need a jaw quagging nothing need. And if you go to this document that was signed, late the 3rd page, number 10, helium, listen to the language, public emergency. It is connivant and agreed that helium gas, carbon dioxide gas, and all other natural gases are included under the term gas and as used in this lease. So they can go forward and go additional for helium. They don't have to come back to us. We say we want to maximize, yes, our portfolio, but maximize it to where we as Navajo Nation should be able to maximize the profit back to Navajo Nation. We talk about revenue, where RDC is trying to plan on how do we bring in more revenue. So Mr. McCabe, you know, if we can, you know, have that consideration and possibly look at renegotiating, because we have oil companies that are using this document to maximize their return of their investment. And yet as Navajo Nation, this is our And this is where even minerals department themselves, when we took our committee membership to RDC, try to maximize right-of-way payments back to Navajo Nation. So this is where RDC, tries to make those recommendations and usually careful consideration with these types of agreements going forward. So it's a what about this education na donana hiha kodota shino so I don't know if there's those possibility for a renegotiation on the Shinatani no Thinigi on that hiha chairnez, and back to you, Madam Speaker.
Chair Jesus, and we'll go back over to Chair Reginez, and then we'll go back to Q.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker Hurley. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Earlier, I stated that I'm sponsoring it's up to you guys. You're the decision makers. But I sat there this morning when I got here. The question of no, you guys come in very late. You guys shouldn't be doing that. This is your job to be here. And that, I will say that again. Point of
order raised by Chair Crotty.
Thank you. Chair, probably appreciate that. I call point of order, in terms of our rules. I just don't want this conversation to be personal attacks. And so as chair of the committee, if you could maintain that decorum for all delegates on the comments that have been made during this debate and discussion. So I would ask for that, Chair, so that we, so that delegates don't feel like they have to respond to some of those inappropriate comments. Chair, that will be helpful for the discussion. We'll just raise that for the board.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, for raising that point of order. I'm going to recognize that point of order, and colleagues, again, for everyone here, my colleagues, respectfully, going back to our standing committee rules of order, Rule 14, debate, it does say no committee member shall be denied an opportunity to debate on the legislation or issue before the committee. Any committee member choosing to debate shall do so only upon addressing and being recognized by the chairperson, and shall discuss only the issue before the committee. So if we could keep our decorum here and also just talk on the legislation that is before us. So thank you again, Chair Crotty. And back to Chair Reginez for answers and also responses to the questions.
Thank you. Madam Chair. Delegate Chair Crotty. Nobody raised a point of order. Nobody raised a point of order. How come nobody raised a point of order? Your parents.
Chair Reginez, if we can interrupt, if we could just discuss only to the issues and concerns that were raised from the legislation.
Curtis. I don't hear the hot cross are better than I need that name so standing. Hot on Hinan, should I? I don't think copies it though that clear that no a corner hit hash nature corner sauce on not Scott. Net that Shinas, ja, it clear. A coty hot on sauce, hey, had deep and here had energy, the kind of solution and not energy. These are clear documents now. A co at large and points of ya. Hey, look at the hadith. The at 1953 and on his chairman, Bahajotlo by Isnel, Sam Akia. A co Washington because Andre Department of Interior BIA. A RG has got a Belas La. Johot deep in the Ehosen evidence of the Gahiki. If there was something wrong, that the wrong decision was made back when our chairman, Honorable Sam Akia, made, I don't need a Nahalan. The production and Arno Seneke data, Corona and Dolchos, ungiven Fohdne, ungiven Fohdne. I don't dig Kodo bribery, Nea, Nation oil, what's that? They intake from my area, Navajo mine. They take coal and they deliver it across the nation. It is so bribe it just and what Nlati at the ne Nihedane has Twido Sani done that. But I had your bass at the better Hanne, a Bachinaha, the Shinda Crego. Nlati bet that need Lego. Ishibon Sakis up in that legion. Lego the ne bitch when I looking. Hold that, get that, so bribery that. A co a lago, a hotel. Baban Sakis, you get a hold. I need this license very old. I know it needs to be upgraded. I don't add and has added should select Bahans and Mexican water, or red mesa, or we Toshakan, is Naspas. Aja Nishas Ango. Dida Hagi la boundary Bedini. Even you get club seed, hold Sea block manual within community-based land use planning manual. Better huddle. On that, you'll have maps in there designating certain areas for economic development, for cemeteries, certain locations, certain sacred sites that have a car, boundary, not the hotlong, the chapters done in the law. I represent 6 chapters. Chapter has added that delegate Unito. I don't do it that just drill that just the whole all of our hopefully all of our enterprises like Intech, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, and others, they have to follow Navajo Nation laws. They have to follow federal laws, regulations. Because ani ki panache eota ye deilnish toyo polneko ata annelda. They la para to beheda la. Haya dani ingoda idnish era. Ado Navajo Nation OSHA that the Hanodo Pate Oshi his ani given Nasha Abanan Shite Asutsola. A Kotida have a quaggy bay, they had this to G quaggy, and in is I am not often son. A co Anakin Coalition and or say I don't know son go. Or the Navajo Nation oil that it all cut off. I get that all cut no single in given for the chapter done the book. She base of Chata and again other at the domination store. Deal also chapters that as Carlos. So yeah, Hala peso kido ya na gente to le. Hot aban sus case da ba nan ke. Ako behs ani ebik ako al inste de toyo kolha ta nanda. Hot aban sus case ko edik ko shata ko. The sponsor ishli ashe ko de need ke benna che at de no snish ke behs ani bik handas nashya de ne to o chudana. Eisiau byna hwnna tos ni, da hwnna tos ni da. Ako, a ni, y benda tyda sy'n ia, tyda dydd sy'n sydd no. Ydy sy'n gwybod eich alla o a ni, y da hwn sy'n gybyn na sy'n. Ni chi hwnna, do ni, eira, a hwyn sy'n. Di cwros at y o'n chyllia o tchyllia. Ai, point of order, do ni da. Alait afat la facing parts on the top. Dorace yon da hinit kiniben nat, faydan hato, grason and hitno tinslana, adna fay not funny the hanyado despendige. O Winston, Kukare Krog, Mr. William McCabe's agent, but it is Hato Dico, Sato, Navonation Oil, Yana, Nashiban Nashinat Ahado. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, good morning, Madam Speaker, esteemed council members of the Navajo Nation 25th Council. Chair William McCabe, good morning, council members. My name is William McCabe. I am with the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. I serve as the vice president for the company and I've been with the company for almost 10 years. My background to hold this position with the company is 40 years in the oil and gas industry. I received a scholarship from the Navajo Nation Education Department many years ago and was afforded an education at Stanford University where I received my petroleum engineering degree. And then from there, I went on to work with many oil companies and industry, learning the technology, the art, and the craft of oil and gas development so that one day I could come back and serve the Navajo Nation. And so here I am today to profess that that is taking place. The Navajo Nation has significant energy resources, notwithstanding oil and gas. The oil and gas resource of the Navajo Nation to date provides $100 million of economic activity to the nation per year. So it is a significant revenue contribution to the nation in order that we may function as a nation and as a government and therefore as a sovereign. The request today is to continue the activity that Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company was created for, and that is to represent the Navajo Nation in the development of oil and gas resources. The lease that we're discussing today, and you have a copy of it in front of you. Yes, it is a 1953 lease, and yes, it is a contract between the Navajo Nation and at that point Carter Oil Company. But over the years, this lease has changed, has been reassigned. So currently, Carter Oil Company, while they are the initial company of this lease, it is now being held by the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. So that then the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, Navajo Nation does receive the full value of this resource as a result of this assignment of the lease. So to Councilwoman's question on how can we receive better value, we are in the process and progress of doing so as a nation with the creation of Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. My colleague here, Councilman Ricky Nez, has mentioned NTEC as well, but that is occurring with our coal as well. So maybe I should mention that at the time. So the lease itself then is receiving the entire benefit to the Navajo Nation at this point. what we are trying to do with the request of the amendment to this lease is add back in an 80-acre parcel to the original 2560 acres that was originally assigned, because we have since identified one more opportunity to extract the full value of this resource on behalf of the nation. So to date, there are 7 wells out on this particular oil field within this particular lease. With the technology that has evolved over time, and it's at an accelerated rate in our industry. It's highly specialized, highly capital intensive. But with the technology that has evolved over the last 10 years, 20 years, even 5 years, we have determined that there is one more location that a well can be drilled and that we feel will be produced in economic quantities. The well that we are basing this the economics on is the next well to the north, and it's within the existing lease. That well to date has provided $3.5 million of royalties to the nation since 2011. We anticipate that this next well within the requested amended lease area would perform similarly. Of course, we never know until we actually drill the well and start producing, but given the geology, the studies, the analysis, we feel that it would produce equivalently to the existing well that is right, I'll say next door, the closest well. So again, we ask your consideration, council members, to again allow Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company to perform its function as they were created to produce the oil and gas resource on the nation for the benefit of the nation, and of course, ultimately for the community members of our nation. I will leave it at that at this point, and also certainly entertain questions as they come about. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Reganez, and also Mr. McKay for those responses. And we're gonna go back for questions and comments. I do have a lineup. We do have Delegate Simonson next.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Speaker Curley, Shananta, Delegate Rickness, Mr. McKay, Sada Danahodit Ahi, Banit, Kaya, Ashin so banane do hatni do Hadashi Belasni alcohol ADG official Ishjan Dozni that's what Reba Bias Tin alcohol but the paper she o Benajat Anta Kesiki Eshi di Consonant Artaniki or Pado Behades Single Kodo Kispahosen, Kodo the Hiji Makate, Ad a Kimanch, Doshaman, Ado Adam, Shik Asian, Adam Kimanch, Ado do a Hago da Ina, do I see Shiaho, do Ashan Le, Ho, Even Naja Equado by Yashtigi, Kajo, Shabiket the Docti. Quando Shlatina, Quando Watan, Peabody, Lee Soliao, Peabody coal mine, Quaja, Kikea, he catch in Hashing, so what's the O, Hayui, Kea, Aled, Ikaloni Chios in Quado, Eya, Hejin, Ado, Tpo, Dish Jade, Twitch it at the no man that in the come the neck kitchen yadan. Ila wait what's on Hojo Bao, but don't have Hoshi to the Doba, Chino, Janago, Tolabo, but don't say Jim is illegal, Stladina, a J ladies, Kikea the hard the hot. Janagosh has Hoshi Stati that it lays, call them now, you have about Manchnas and then. So the adult, what else that's a care we need.
Upon let the shano ya goshi the north east. A team do ada that be glazed ada popo. Kaya kodoha the dodli hadene aton de bekahas neta. Kodot hop on the ho the nigo chedi ne don habana ida kodo ashe dayashki hala ikado Navajo Nation kwa bishmandas anen snow. Eishin kinkinan nishadat. Ashi ani pado ofetadas aneda ashi puhaned ligo peso do chomo ingo ya ki josto no ashi dene kodo ye mihela asli dene eke ya da cha do da he ke ya do binda gede ashnode do ida skich dini Sada arbeitet han pado pado dana pado kenal kade pado kisani is chenen hite nil pakeya dana ya da ho grand amasan che danes ra pashin sago wal ya atabatis nil keya ya da chago ya dan che Okoho, doshi echehat itansen, atin ad kuya, atin ad kaya yothamide. Okoho, do put ego goshi ekwaje, that there's no shoshi, shidit so he dam not jaho, nanish nekwatagi lande, inte kwajigo, dabet nes a bibogan kwaje, aji chanda kwego kwaje, kajin hage baha all day. Ashi ani dene hidene trapoyu jeno ko ani yen dashnish nle alcohol ani pata alcohol kodoya o ban suskis o ban sokis kodo Navajo Nation government and in Navajo Nation hidden and hit the nepa abana pa hidden no pa hidden nil alcohol later Nahas ade kut ego ide hat ishi nan nishanatos des hat no nihiden adosha bayashtieta on leda o ha ishi o ha hashi no masita khada nito ha hashi gift cards da khada nito ha hashi legend hantiajo ha shi ye he tanzano ha shi o ke o dajita Okoho ado dat en dini bana is kan hala enkit ne the art is the heart ishi budget leg the otro budget ahande do chon igo ya hinzen ni ni ado pedo benkin dot la wiki ashon da ado dat en de snow bahas zitla and so when these companies come pedo and my question to all of my colleagues here is, who represents those people out on the homelands? Who represents them? Are they supposed to get their own legal? Are they supposed to only get their own attorneys to help them negotiate how much they should be getting for their permits? There's no one out there helping our people. They're given $500. They're given a gift card and a bag of pellets. This is not something that I'm saying without facts here. When we were out at Peabody in doing that mine tour, the families said, it was up to each family to negotiate what they were going to get out of this. So some families did better than others. So there was not across the board somebody helping them negotiate a fair value for them being moved off their land. They negotiated a little bit better for themselves. They got homes for themselves. They got homes. Is it like that all the way across the board? No. And then who represents those families so that they're getting that adequate compensation? Okay, then, again, I see that with the hydrogen lines and that company out there. We're letting them run loose out there. Who represents our Navajo families out there? And who helps them negotiate what is fair? Our Navajo Nation, we don't do that because we say, well, we just represent the nation. But here, as delegates, each one of us sitting here, we were each elected by our community people. And so I always think, who's that third party? Who is that party that helps these families and our people? So as I look at your leases and you're talking about, what is to be done here, the other piece that I never see to any of these extractive industries and when they're trying to come and negotiate contracts, the other piece I don't see, when this was first done, and it's been that many years. In addition to this document, what is the health of the land? What is the health of the soil? What is the health of the vegetation? What is the health of the water? What is the health of the people? What about the land and the people? What are those conditions? Where's the health report? Do we have air quality reports? Do we have something in addition to this? Because we sit on Health Education Service, Human Service Committee, and we're hearing on our end, so I think as you go forward in leasing these negotiations, maybe it shouldn't just rest with RDC. Maybe Health Education Human Service Committee needs to be at the table so we can ask questions about the health impacts, because there are real health impacts. No energy policy, and then, which is something that I agree with. And then we have a fair market analysis. Where is the fair market analysis? How much should we be getting? All we hear and amidst this the declining revenue, there's significant revenue. As I was listening to the confirmation of the Governor Burgum to DOI, I kept hearing two words in all of his responses. And what he's mentioning is we're going to do energy development responsibly. What does that mean? And he said there should always be a balance. And so what does that mean? And so if we were to think about our current state of the nation, we have 500 open uranium mines. We have a Peabody Coal Company who is lacking in proper reclamation. Who's going to address my shallow aquifer, the damage done to my shallow aquifer? Who's going to address the deep aquifer, the damage done to the deep aquifer? The vegetation. How much is this 500 open mines? How much does that cost to reclaim, to fill them? And how much does that cost? Dr. Andy Nez finally got some kind of money out of us for reclamation efforts, for cleanup efforts. That's just a tiny bit. And we're funding that again. But yet we want to do more and more and more. And what about reclamation? Is the community being educated? Put ego kaya hits is this on hits tell yago put out nas the heart is mental they put there's not one of those each job pesos ten the doctors are hopeful algo kevin need ego than no. So those are real questions, concerns that we need to address for our communities. Although we have an administration that came in, while it appears that a few of us delegates attended events and parties, we listened to those speeches. We have an office who clearly is the highest level here, Office of President, Vice President, who clearly came in as a Democratic Party. And then, in my eye and what I witnessed, we're gonna sort of buckle to Republican Party. And we heard those words being expressed there, drill, baby, drill. And maybe some of you agree with that. But here, that's real concerning to me, because here it is, trying to find their CIB cards. Ashkadash Ashkadash fair market no be wings and Ako akad padado ni I want us, to have that dignity, to not buckle under these pressures. And I think that's a responsibility of us as a Natani here. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. And going next, we do have Vice Chair Slater.
Over here. Notation, no, Mr. McKay, thank you for being here and explaining the legislation. Action for this legislation. I have a lot of thoughts on all the big picture issues that have been expressed by my colleagues. Share those in the last council, or interested in talking about. The main questions that I have are confirmation that the relevant permittees have provided their consent, which in documents I see seems to be the case, that there's chapter consent, which the resolution that's attached seems to be the case. And, more familiarity with the operating agreements, having now that route. This looks like a lease. I guess we talked a little bit, Mr. McKay, about the relationship between the paradox and foundational gas. As this lease in which you have an interest and you're trying to increase it to 100%. Things that you want to discuss on the business record as competitors. Talk another time. I'm just interested in understanding the logic behind it. And then I'm curious, what do you think the life of this lease is going to be going forward? What are the techniques that you're trying to use? More in general, provides consent, local land users provide their consent. Hard pressed to oppose it because there's economic opportunity and development, or just the type of development that they see in their community. And this is something that's not difficult to signal the opposition. Unless there's something else I'm not seeing. There's always going to be people for energy mix, and there's always going to be people who will oppose to specific energies and minerals. I just try to understand the facts as best I can. I have some ideologies that corrupt us from thinking. The last issue that provided most concern to me was what Vita said about some sacred sites in the area. And I don't know if that's something that we're comfortable talking about because we have all sorts of people coming. What's there, how is there? But I think if that's a concern, I don't see it documented in the resolutions or anywhere else in the legislation. Is it something that oil and gas is aware of? Something that if this resolution were passed, would they be able to accommodate and protect these areas? I'm not going to get to the water contamination stuff. Site access and preservation, that's important to me. So thank you. Just look forward to hearing the answer to those questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and I'll turn back the floor over to Chair Reganez and Mr. McKay.
Sheila, I hear Chair and Speaker Curley, honorable members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Dishi hota olga, Naa'bik'iyati olga le tene naa'bik'iyati dana tani kuinjan gashin. Hota naidos kito bahan finnegi elne goshin ban chahakesh. Bigi gunna nahat ahaki ane Chendo hota jutera tesate. Ado betado onaho ashin fulon. John chahakesh. I was attending a funeral meeting, and a gentleman, I saw him as very wise. And he says, "Did what the Nathan Fashionan Hondo dash Nathan Nilla? Edo what Eden Nilla?" And I really thought about it. Nathan's what we should be saying, he says, Nahashana. Then hitando tato koron he gatoitos nela. Man, that was powerful. Ado kodopachiti nela. Now, with that statement, Shantan of Seneke, Nahash Chanti Nego. Nahash Chanes, Tires Arno Nan. As Nado na Kriti Genitan Lisa. As Nado na Kaitanla. As Nado na Tositanla. As Nado Belagana Tanla. Adishida. Ako, di Kodo. Do hot ego. Chapaye takes a factor. And a radar Hondishne. Ako, Ashe. Has kick a shade at the Kodo, Eggy Shake, because you yelled Kiki, Belagana, because you yelled Kiki. Of course, and fashion as though a NATO, Doholia, Dohoyago, Doholiago, Swansea case in the shashin. Swashing fashion at that. Of course, Kodo should Daisy, I yesterday. Delegate Simonson, now Henson today, Nave to ginger, then be careful and on a watchable. I don't should be the society though. Delegate Sherlin Yaz, a shut up archer hush down. I don't wish tang what to gene be a H and native Deja, Argent. Nay, Arger wish, Nido. I have son. Of course, we advocate Benegay take a shatter. Yaha, quaggy has anegi by a shatter. Hashit a dish jade not on a clinicate other lead of the night other. That hitting. Later, el day, peso, la for long, el day. I don't that el half. I peso, on a date. A co even nature, a codo peso, not out less. Though late, and fin consular, did that from a cardal gate. Behas on a epic, however, do you want to go as either? Not car. Oh, that ego. Ado, the health, Neneke, the health of our people. Kait Arash, a study, Eliara, RDC, and Hireha, Ayobe, the Honos Nehekito health has Anje Kuja. What are so yet or again? Queenson. Do it out of a chanted as Tana Disabe and Hadit Ahi. Though a Jashi already sheep a kind, Didi Kitch Deja, De La Quigi, Health Education Yida Do Change, Latoya Hato, Zito Committee Report, Latobus Tobans and go Bena Hot Station, then again, Ahon, of course. Navage Anne, the National Section, Bahagate of Nahashi, Stobe, Landa Isne, Navajo Mine should has Arch Ahana, should the national and of Seneki. Oh, you hit a net, they Nishko Yek, that last. Bachin ye at the house, and Ledo, Bananas will not the hell G's. Of course. The health at no by Yale Tikoya. Odina go at Noya. Say had it was a cheer, but only had that on us. Ado, a shin the Kanye got that Kaneki Kodochi de Nil. A conhits is by heart and age and say today had it was a cheer of the Atlanta. A court was a cheer begin had it a shin the Kanye. A change the canny bad, but no do had Asian the horse had changed as it a not a hot egon has aniki sate and here put and here date. No way would get so has your at the aqua yada, so nada deal water, a tot and jay would get has your da which in share on ne, though hard cake or her she had fat the hustle though yet echo. Pitching nada or left. Oh, had Ada Ishi has uneven in Eben Nahon Hotanate, no, Saturday or based Ada. Satana Yoda atna wine, the lunch of the yacht. To the arts, one, Hona Massipascata, a cup of the Daliago. So the gag of a cup of the Ita, and hit Oda. The great ocean, which east of Joban today case with the 8,000. Argent, the health education human services, the whole Kageto, paying that not 10, pay Yadas agency council that dinner where I don't know to check that plan. Genego put at your after the base. A quotation and I know Seneke Croy have Mr. McCabe, but it's after Croatian Pia about City Satoma, I think Kirikiro.
Thank you, Councilman Miles. With regard to Roman Simonson's inquiry, who represents the people? When I think about this question, I think it's all of us, really. The council, the delegates, our elected leaders, our businesses, the Navajo Nation, our administrations, we all have a responsibility to the people. And I think we do our best, certainly as elected leaders, and certainly as businesses, to fulfill that obligation. I certainly see it as a responsibility to give back to the people what they deserve as community members of this great nation. We, as I mentioned, we are blessed with significant resources and have been able to provide for our people for not just decades, but generations with regard to these resources. But now they are starting to wane and even wither. And so I think our next question is, how do we continue our responsibility to representing our people? But today we have an opportunity to continue that with regard to oil and gas resource, to add additional revenue, production, and ultimately revenue on behalf of the nation through its own oil company. I think I wanted to address that question of yours, Councilwoman, who represents the people. Officially, though, I think it is the Minerals Department who negotiates these leases, the current leases on behalf of the people, raising permanent compensation when we take land for use other than grazing. Minerals has a formula, and BIA as well has a formula for lands that are used, otherwise be used for grazing for compensation. Those are established, and we abide by those, of course. I wanted to address that question. You asked about the health of the land. Prior to coming to this body of legislators and decision makers, we have to go with regard to the 80-acre tract that we requested, that previously been assigned, but now again was retracted and now asked to for reconsideration. As a federal lands that we reside on, it is required that we do a biological, cultural, and environmental review. And this takes place by our own nation agencies. And they have then determined in this 80-acre tract that there is no significance to the activity that we proposed going forward. The findings were such that there is no spring water in this particular tract, in this particular area of land. And of course, if there were, though, we would have to then reconsider our location for this development. But in the case that the findings were that there are no significant findings as a result of our agency of our own Navajo Nation. When we are through with the development of this particular lease, this particular oil field, as the leaseholder of the leaseholder, we are required to reclaim, as part of the reclamation of this area, we are required to plug and abandon the wells and then put back the land to its original state. That is a requirement of Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, and any other leaseholder on the nation for that matter. But of course, as the nation's oil and gas company, we fulfill that obligation with federal, of course. And so when the time comes for this particular oil field, and of course the lease that encompasses this oil field, we will reclaim this as per guidelines by not only federal agencies, but the Navajo Nation itself as to their standards. And the Navajo Nation holds higher standards than those of the federal standards when it comes to the reclamation portion of the final development process. So you have your development process, you have your drilling, the production, but at the very end, the reclamation. We have a higher standard that's required of those leaseholders currently. Delegate Slater, thank you, sir, for your questions. When Navajo Nation had taken on this lease, the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company had taken on this lease in 2007. We were in a fledgling state of what we call upstream activity, exploration, production, drilling, production. We were created initially with the operation of convenience stores, gas stations. We then took on a pipeline, which then created our midstream operation. And at the time of the lease assignment to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, we were in a fledgling activity for upstream. And so in order to offset some of the risk of doing so, we had engaged a partner, ST Oil Paradox. They are located out of Denver. And since the lease assignment, and we have been partners, they have been a great partner and a productive partner. They have paid their share of the bills. They received their share of the portion of their investment, again, as co-investors. And so they are a highly reputable oil company as well that have been partnered with us when we first got into what we call the oil business as an oil company. So that's I think that's a reasonable description of Paradox ST. Ultimately, again, as I say, the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company was created to one day take on all the full responsibility of leaseholder and development and production of the nation's oil and gas resource, so that we then receive 100% of the value. We've been passive royalty participants. We received, as this one says here, 12.5% of the pie, while a non-Navajo entity took the remaining 7/8 of the pie, and really the spoils of our resource. And that has been historically across Indian country, how energy development has taken place. The Navajo Nation had the foresight to see that this can no longer continue on behalf of our people, and then created our entities again, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, Navajo Transitional Energy Corporation with regard to coal, and similarly so with other businesses. So we look forward to fulfilling this responsibility moving forward, and we'll continue to do so, certainly as long as I'm in a role that provides for the people and represents the people. The logic behind the development, though, is we still feel that there's remaining oil to be developed and produced. The Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company continues to provide a significant source of revenue. The Minerals Department at a recent energy summit showed that the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company is the top provider of revenue to the company. So that is our task, that is our calling to do so. And then, so the logic then is we feel there is a remaining resource to develop in this field, this location. And in order to do so, we need a lease that would encompass the area that we have targeted. It'll be conventional recovery techniques, just a straight vertical well. We did, at one of the community events that we were asked to present at, we showed the conventional well construction on how the drilling industry, the oil and gas industry drills a well, is a conventional technique, an accepted technique, and of course, over years it's been effective, if you will. And so, but it'll be a conventional vertical well. The initial pressure from the reservoir will produce the oil, so the well will flow on its own for the initial stated period as the primary recovery period. Once that pressure subsides, then we will put a pumping unit on it, the mechanism that you see as you drive down the road that goes up and down, much like a water pump. And then we will produce the well accordingly until the oil itself continues to flow, discontinues to flow to the well. So, but again, the question of, is there sacred sites or any other concerned considerations that we need to be looking at? The biological, cultural, environmental review by the Navajo Nation saw that there is none. And so we are proceeding again with the area that we are requesting on behalf of the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Nez, and also Mr. McKay for your responses. And colleagues, I do have some delegates that are waiting in queue for questions and comments. New in queue, I'm going to go over first to Chair Parrish. Thank you, Speaker Curley, and good afternoon to our colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for the debate this afternoon. I know that there are many questions about numbers and about royalties and the benefits to the nation and the concerns with our natural resources. So before I make a motion for a directive from a few offices, just so that the committee receives further information, I just want to commend the Resource and Development Committee for their work. I know they have plenty of, they have so many reports that they receive, so many responsibilities that they have in their committee. So to help our committee here at Naa'bik'iyati and to help us at the council level, I think it would be pertinent to have additional information presented to the council. So Speaker, I would like to motion a directive on the legislation before the committee
Wait, oh, I remember the last thing I was gonna say. So in budget and finance, when we're talking about the Division of Economic Development budget, there was a position specifically to help the families in Utah on this. So and I also sit on the Navajo Utah Commission as well. So I am a council delegate who works with the chapters in Utah. And as you can see, that there's a chapter resolution, a part of this legislation. And the president, Herman Farley, is the one person that asked me in 2023 to ensure that there was a position in the Division of Economic Development to help families with these discussions. So in the FY 2023 budget, FY 2024 budget, in the Budget and Finance Committee, working with Resource and Development Committee, we asked Mr. Skrilonis to have a position called the Utah Compliance Officer position that would specifically help these families in Utah with these discussions. And so the committee advocated for that position was put in, but the division director never hired anyone. And so when we came around again to this budget session and we were listening to Division of Economic Development actually wanted to get rid of that position again. And so we asked him, what is the plan for the Northern Agency RBDO? What is the plan for the Utah Compliance Officer? So these are other avenues that will help with these questions that are being posed by the committee. The Navajo Nation government does have a responsibility to provide those services to our people. Those are some of the other avenues and solutions that we've come up through the budget. I know earlier, well, 2 years ago, when speaking to President Nygren, he did support those positions. But again, this relies back on the division directors to create those positions. So I do want to say that as a member of the Navajo Utah Commission, that the discussions that we're having today, they are relevant, they are current. However, there's much support from what I hear from my colleagues on the Navajo Utah Commission. There is not a Navajo Utah Commission resolution attached to this legislation, but I just, all I can say is that that position for the Navajo Utah Compliance Officer has continued to be put into the budget, and that needs to be filled. That needs to be filled for the sake of the constituents in the state of Utah, because these are our current issues that we're facing. So I wanted to add that little tidbit of information, but I wanted to Speaker, I'll make a motion to have a directive to the Navajo Nation Minerals Department to provide geological studies and feasibility studies for any other quality studies for the natural resources in regards to legislation 22724. I'd also like to direct the Office of the Controller and the Office of the Tax Commission to provide the Naa'bik'iyati and the Navajo Nation Council report on the contributions from the Navajo oil and gas in taxes, royalties, and other revenues for the past 5 years. I'd also like to direct the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas to provide the Navajo Nation Council their reports on royalty payments to the Navajo Nation or any royalty beneficiaries, so that this committee, that this council receives a broader picture of further data necessary to make decisions for our people. So those are my requests in the motion, Speaker, and colleagues, I'm open to modifications to the motion if I forgot any other documents that we might need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. And just for clarification, will this be motion directives included in the legislation or until after the legislation? Okay, that'll be within the legislation, so OLC can have that directive language. So Chair Parrish, just give us a few moments to include that amendment into the legislation.
No. Chair, much longer for the language.
Flapping in the breeze.
It does have all permitted.
Yeah. They can submit your conditions. Chair Parrish. We'll see will be for the limit directive over to your email, so if you could approve that, and we can read that into the record once you do approve it. It's not done. Research and development already received, of course, I'm just asking for copies. So provide percent. No, just written. Already completed. They're completed already. Yes. Provide written. Report. So. How about B and C? Okay, that's fine. B is fine. C could be just written. Yes. Yeah. Chair Parrish is being sent back over to you. Oh. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your patience, and that is being sent over to Office of Legislative Services so they can read that amendment into the record with Chair Hirsch concurrence. Okay, thank you again, colleagues, for your patience, and we do have the third amendment that does cite all the directives, which will be included in the legislation, and then we can have Ms. Johnson read that amendment into the record.
Madam Chair, Amendment 1 on page 3 at line 10 is the following section. Underline Section 3 directives. Paragraph A, Nomination Minerals Department shall provide written reports of feasibility studies of natural resources impacted by oil and gas uses to the Nomination Council. Paragraph B, Office of Controller and Tax Commission shall prepare a report on all Nomination oil and gas taxes and royalties to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Paragraph C, the Nomination Oil and Gas Company shall provide a written report to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee on royalty payments. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent wording from any other amendment. Madam Chair.
It's not your council.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And colleagues, do we have a second? Right here. Second by Vice Chair Simonson. And colleagues, we're going to go to comments or questions. Delegate Edie.
All I could ask for modification for report to have our permit holder to report to the Naa'bik'iyati. I want to ask you. Yes, the crazy holder from the permit holder.
Speaker Curley, if we could work out that language, I want to take a look at the request. Chair Hirsch, Delegate Edito's request for modification to your amendment is also being emailed to you, so if you can concur with that language or not, and then we will get back here to amendment number 1. Speaker Curley, the request to modify the motion is to have permit holders provide a report to the Naa'bik'iyati committee. However, I don't know how that pertains to the data being requested in the motion, so I just want to know a little bit more about the modification to the motion, because
I don't know how many permit holders would be reporting to Naa'bik'iyati. I don't know those numbers. And we do have a sign-in sheet and a report from the Northern Agency Grazing Committee here in some of our documentation. So I feel that we've already received that information from the Northern Agency Grazing Committee. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and there's a need for clarification on the modification request. So Delegate Benito, if you could specify specifically what Chair Parrish has questioned.
I said that because, you have this Northern Agency Grazing meeting agenda here. My Mexican water chapter, I participated to that meeting because according to your sign-in sheets, you never sign off on it. That's what I see on here. So that's why, we need a representation from them. To do with licenses, location. Yeah.
That's in you. It's just one. Thank you, Delegate Benito and Chair Parrish, that it is being updated and sent back to, as he is a sponsor for the minute.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I am looking over the legislation. Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'm taking a look at the legislation title, and it says that it's trust lands within the Red Mesa chapter. So I would, if I'm going to request, or if I'm going to accept the modification, I'd like to request this as a written report to the council from the party that Delegate Benito is requesting. Be consistent with the rest of the reports. The rest of the reports are all written reports.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and Delegate Benito is okay with having a written report. So, Chair Parrish, are you okay with that, just as a written report?
So it would read in under section 1D, location permit holders to provide a written report to Naa'bik'iyati on the impacts. Is that correct, Michelle?
Thank you, Chair. Parrish, it would read D, Mexican water permit holders to provide a written report to the Naa'bik'iyati committee on the impacts of release. Sure. Thank you. Chair Parrish concurs with that. Second party? Vice Chair Simonson? Yes. Okay, thank you. And going back to amendment number 1, who's in queue, we do have a lineup. We have Chair Jesus, Delegate Dr. Inez, and Vice Chair Slater. So first I'll go to Chair Jesus on amendment number 1. Moving on next to Delegate Dr. Inez.
Appreciate the speaker, to our colleagues and everyone present. Amendment number 1, I think is important. I noticed that there are no timelines up here, so what I would recommend to the motion parties that under page 3 of your new insertion under 30 days. Letter B, within 30 days. Letter C, at the next Naa'bik'iyati, which is February 13th. I assume that these written reports on the studies are readily available, and they should be readily available, considering that there's significant impacts to the land. Other tax commissions, office of the controller, are the taxes and royalties. Again, I think that's something that could be readily available. And then the oil and gas company, report to Naa'bik'iyati committee on the royalty payments. Again, I think these are all readily information. It should be readily information that can be presented. If not 30 days, then within 20, 15 days. But I think 30 days is just seems appropriate at this time. Thank you. That's my recommendation to the motion party.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Inez. And there is a request to timeframes to the sponsor, Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'm looking at the language. I concur. I just want to ask Michelle if we just can do, for consistency, instead of there's a difference between the council and the Naa'bik'iyati committee. So, I leave it to OLC's recommendation, whether you want to put nomination council, because the Naa'bik'iyati is within the nomination council. I don't know about that limitation. I just want to make sure that our wording is consistent throughout.
Nomination council, and then within 30 days for all of them. So the Chair Parrish is considering to change the Naa'bik'iyati committee to nomination council, but going back over to Delegate Dr. Inez, it would have to be until next council session or special session for these reports. Chair Parrish?
Thank you. This is why I was clarifying with the Office of Legislative Counsel, because the Naa'bik'iyati is within the Nomination Council, so the Nomination Council can then receive that report. Naa'bik'iyati committee, but however Michelle says, I guess Dr. Inez, I guess the intention is trying to get it as soon as possible, right? So however Michelle would like to word that. I just thought it would be consistent if we say council, then if the council receive it at now.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Parrish. Chair Parrish is modifying her amendment to have all reports, written reports, be presented to Navajo Nation Council. And with the Chair Parrish for clarification, that would be till the next regular session or special session. So no time frame.
No, like I said, Speaker, I said the report should be given to the council, but the Naa'bik'iyati committee is within the council, so whichever comes first. So the council delegates will be receiving the report at whichever committee meeting comes first. And the time frame, I would go back to however Dr. Inez would like that. But my thought is that if we, as the Nomination Council, receive these reports, we're gonna get it at whatever stage it's at. If it's a written document, then it could also be emailed out to the committee, to the council as well. So it's not a report at the council, but it's a report to the council and that can be emailed at any point in time.
Delegate Dr. Inez.
You, Speaker, because that was my interpretation. It was like, whether we're in the meeting or not. So I think it's a written report that can be shared as something. But I think with the next Naa'bik'iyati connecting up for, we can also address if needed some of the reports that we received before February 15th. Address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Inez, and concurs with the second motion. Vice Chair Simonson concurs with that language, and then we're still on amendment number 1, colleagues. And going next is Vice Chair Slater on amendment number 1.
That referring to environmental.
Now we can hear you.
I don't know if you heard me before, but the question was, what does feasibility studies mean? And that are purposely planting a term of art instead of one of the legal terms that governs what is used in this process. And if that's the case, then we should be asking specifically for those documents, and I assume it's the Kate mentioned. So it's a request to modify to use the legal terms. I would ask for guidance from policy and the sponsor / the sponsor's agent who can submit those documents out.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And there is that request to the motion party, Chair Parrish. Concur. This legal counsel. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Curley and Delegate Slater. I would actually like to defer that question to the Department of Justice, who have been working on this matter, or to the sponsor for that terminology, please. Nation Department of Justice, do we have any representative here? I believe I did see Acting Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Chris Beecher here in your room earlier. I don't know if there's any other attorneys that are here with us or online. If you are online, if you could unmute the Nomination Department of Justice.
Sure.
Delegate Toll.
Confused why we were pending on DOJ. I thought we had determined that should be enough. That's now time to, I don't know.
Thank you, Delegate Toll. There was a request from the committee here to add to the language on directives A to properly give the feasibility studies, or what they are legally named as, to be included into the amendment. So Office of Legal Counsel did state that they do not have the correct terminology, and she is relying on the Department of Justice to help with that terminology of revising or modifying A. So if you could, Mr. Beecher, if you could also help Office of Legal Counsel here to draft up the modified A. Point of order raised by Chair Eugene Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker, and this has nothing to do with the directive that is being drafted. Speaker, I just want to say I appreciate the staff always, making sure that we're fed during this time. I know it's always a question of whether we should break to go to lunch or whether we should have lunch brought in, Speaker. But I've had several delegates stop by to ask, whether my food was specially ordered. So Speaker, I just want to say for those of my colleagues in here who have health issues, I'm diabetic, and I've said that so many times. It's healthier for me to eat a salad than it is to eat a hamburger and French fries. And it's healthier for me to eat fresh fruits as opposed to cookies and donuts. And it's healthier for me to drink Diet Coke or Coke Zero, which I rarely ever drink, but if you guys have it, I appreciate that. So Speaker, I just want to say, I think that because of, other delegates who may be in that same boat, perhaps maybe you could ask if we would prefer salad over what is being brought in. Just as a health precaution, again, for, otherwise, I would like to do it soon so I could go get my own food. Sometimes I bring in my own food, Speaker, and I put it in the refrigerator because we're here at INDOT, it's kind of hard to do that. So I just want to make that request. I've emailed Speaker to ask her, can I just get salad? So I think that's all anybody can do at this point, but I just wanted to put it out there to say that I think that Speaker has worked with us in terms of what gets ordered. So I appreciate the salad, Speaker. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And we are still working with Department of Justice and Legal Counsel to specify the correct language for directives A. So if you could give us a few more minutes, I don't know how much long Department of Justice needs. Chair Hirsch.
Sure. Well, while they're working on the request for Vice Chair Carl Slater, I do see in our emails that there's another request for modification from, there's more modifications being requested now. So maybe while Department of Justice is working on that language for Vice Chair, that we move on to other modifications.
Okay, thank you. Chair Hirsch. So I'll just go to who's in queue. I haven't received that through my messages. So if you're in queue asking for requests, just let me know or raise your hand and then I can recognize you for those modifications. So we'll have Vice Chair Slater work with the Department of Justice. I believe, Mr. Speaker, if you do need additional time, we're move on to other modifications and come back to this for the correct language. Delegate Tom.
Thank you, Speaker Hurley. I do have a request for modification to the Honorable Parish as well.
So through the report, we did hear about the sacred sites that were affected, so if we could add in a request through the directive to have historic preservation provide a written report on how the sacred sites will be impacted. And then also, we heard from Shana, Honorable Rick Nez, about the health impacts, so possibly we can have a report, a written report as well from Department of Health on the impacts that will be affected by the residents. So I did send that over to Honorable Parish and to our Legislative Council, and it should be there. If I could ask Honorable Parish to add this as part of the modifications, thank you. And Delegate Clark, do you have a specific timeline or to which committee or the council as a whole? We can go ahead and add that to council as a whole. We'll stick with what is written within 30 days. Chair Parish has motion party to amendment number 1. Sure. I can be appropriate. The colleagues, that it is being updated here visually for you to see on the modifications. Okay, that it is updated here, and they do have appropriate committee and also the timeline. So the last one is within 30 days as well. And going back to discussion on amendment number 1, Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and also I just want to add on to Delegate Shauna and Claus amendment, and I did send over wording to our chief counsel here, and it's going to be quite lengthy. So it is all spelled out there, what specifically I would like to see in that health report. But also I want to, I know Delegate Clark, Shachad mentioned that she'd like NDOH to take the lead on that, but I think in most cases where we're requesting any study We want a third-party contractor. We want somebody outside the nation as well as not anybody from within the companies. We always want either a university or an independent contractor to do that study. So I think that is really, really important. And I really want to specify that if we could, please, let's get a third party involved in this study. I just want to say, Shana Ricknez, as you talked about the health impacts, I felt like it was a little bit of a gaslighting of people who worked in the coal mine industry. Back in 2023, we all got a notification that there was a study, and by then this Alta Negro, and it's called, it was on black lungs and how a lot of our coal miners were suffering from black lung disease. And so that is a real issue now. You know, we have community folks who've just gone through double both lungs removed. And so it is a real issue, and we need to acknowledge that. And any, mining oil industries, we need to be aware of those things and really keep track of those things. Because a lot of times we're not addressing it until the companies are gone and we're not able to, get any kind of compensation for these medical conditions. So that's why it's really important. I think that these health impact studies are done now so that we can recognize that if there is some concerns there. That's part of the study that we should hear from those folks. They've been living with oil drilling for the last 60, 70 years probably. So what does that impact look like? And I think it's fair to get reports or at least to hear from them as we extend that same opportunity to our companies and other folks. So so I sent that wording over to Mrs. Pino. It is quite lengthy, so I'm asking Delegate Claus, we could add that to her request.
Yeah. Thank you. Vice Chair Simonson, I did see the wording that is being emailed to the amendment number 1 sponsor, that is Chair Parrish. So Chair Parrish would be the ones to concur with that modification. And then if there's more, I know there will be more time needed to do this directive. And Vice Chair Simonson, there's also another alternative is to do amendment number 1 if there's another amendment number 2 that's needed for another directive with a memo or any correspondence that needs to happen. That's also another alternative. I'll give that decision back to the sponsor here for amendment number 1, Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'm reading through the request from Vice Chairwoman Simonson, and it's detailed to the environmental health assessment, detailed to the community health risk assessment, and detailed to the baseline epidemiology studies, detailed to regulatory compliance and public records. So it's just adding additional detail. Maybe Speaker, my recommendation is to have this a part of the committee report on this legislation, so that I feel that what is already on the board for the committees to vote on, the directive for the Department of Health, is general to how the committee's going to vote on it. But I feel comfortable having this detail in the committee report. That way, I don't know how long Office of Legislative Counsel has to develop this much detail into the motion on the floor. Otherwise, I think that this detail can be a part of the committee report as it can be a part of the legislation. So I don't know how much time the Office of Legislative Counsel would need for that, but I think that does comply with maybe how the motion could be modified is do environmental health assessment, community health risk assessment, baseline epidemiology study, regulatory compliance and public records. So you can just do like those headings, and then in the committee report, you can do the detail.
I suppose that's my career. Chair Parrish, to alleviate time, there's also another option to just attach it as an exhibit or an appendix too. That's fine.
But I just want to emphasize that it needs to be a third party report.
Yeah.
And when I was out here from that little digest, I asked. Did you send it to me? Okay. Right, colleagues, that is updated here on the board and it will be attached as appendix A. Okay, Chair Parrish, Vice Chair Simonson. Your second part. All right, thank you, colleagues. And then also we're waiting on Department of Justice to send over the correct terminology. Office of Legal Counsel also has that. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments on amendment number 1? Delegate Toll.
Speaker. Oh, yeah. Mr. Mr. Nance, and H. Kuro, Kaya. Abahazan go to Abo Mr. Curtis, we need to issue that indicator. Input of the Chico and for input in that's a issue of fishing needle. Wonderful of the fancy issue indicator in the future. to other Hatman, 10,000, 80, peso, the Kait. London, when you go back to your chapter on S, you find any money for a chapter. A chapter is just I check out. They so not only based on the of jail. So what information are we going to give to be gas and oil? The main one that bring a lot of money go back. They go by the policy, they go by the plans that they have. That's what long in drilling that. So it didn't come out from reason. Zero, no, at the chapter July, never something. I don't understand. The court, it couldn't keep it. People that at the gate, the shade of Ashida. The base of Aya, they had on Singapore. A car. I could all go over this to Abazan yet home. I didn't want to be as a honey and not be so. Your dog, no. I old with Lincoln. And nobody in the base of your no. Large from some case stories. A little piece of it generated need for people, for government to apply it. That's number one, should be on the mind. Even then, not the answer. Sato each of Sato a can a hot chato chat which is a piece of. So I encourage Mr. Curtis, you need to come to the oil and gas meeting. People can go, we're trying to establish stores out there. Going to the port, those see store, Speedway today, nation, our nation, story of an ego. Piso, Joe, to the case of you. It is a Habakadam solution and unity. Of course, 80 now, basically, basically, the whole thing goes not the street design and not a cushion about this country. I mean, after the whole it is digital content and watching on either. Yeah. Of course, everybody those actually need over I'm thinking because what is very important, I think, yes, all important to budget and finance. I don't keep that. Today about this it's for the reason why this legislation is here. Though Mr. Nass don't even hesitate to sponsor, which is good. He will be nothing will cut the short and so on. The way we can understand if they would basically, I don't know. To basically you are not they point not they thought the opposite that it is about this Madam Speaker and when I became the council when you visualize and thoroughly.
Thank you, Delegate Toll. And Chair Parrish, motion party, we also have the language that was included with the help of Department of Justice and A. Okay, she concurs. Vice Chair Simonson, second part. Okay, so we'll go on. Any more questions or comments on amendment number 1? Delegate Unita?
again, you should though, should change the, George told. Here, yeah, has included the, health, education, human service. He did, he's but has, Anizado, you, and you have never, or at least, one case. A bit, yeah, one case, about 5 job. Another issue is that when we come to this voting, I don't think not shareholders should be participating in voting on these kind of actions. Not there's some kind of conflict of interest. I got that question there, yeah.
Yeah, Honorable Yanito for asking that question. So I'd like to go ahead and defer that to our Chief Legal Counsel, Ms. Espino.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Jesus, and also Delegate Yanito. Under the Title II, Section 191, conflict of interest, committee members who have personal, family, or business interests in matters before the committee or joint committee shall not participate in the committee or joint committee proceedings or vote in the matter. So the question would be, it's whether the committee member has a personal, family, or business interest. And as a shareholder, shareholders are owners of shares in a company. And my understanding is that Delegate Toll is appointed as a shareholder on behalf of the Navajo Nation as part of his position as a delegate and as a member of the HESI committee. And so, although there are times when a shareholder or may have a conflict, being that there is no personal, family, or business interest in this matter, I do not believe that or that Delegate Toll has a conflict of interest in this matter. Does not.
Yeah, thank you to our Chief Legal Counsel, Ms. Espino, in regards to the response. We'll go to back to Honorable Yanito. So so I have next in queue, Honorable Speaker. So you have the floor.
Yeah, amendment I agree to the amendment. As a directive to have reports, have studies, and so forth. Or we that I think so. We best on the Kaji. Those so number 4 best on the following the number law. The more legislation is introduced to the certain procurement process. And we look clearly at legislation to follow that. that process. He can't. Although it started its introduction of legislation and the resources development committee. So the other our non. But my thought is that see that DNR signed off on this. See that the Department of Justice has signed off on that particular legislation. To see that the Office of the President also signed off on the 164 process. And our tribal program is through the eyes and ears. We came in Naa'bik'iyati. Bednar sos bahwa sosish bahwa itu nabede kitish tahane na bilahago. Ako Bednar sos national scheme. Chaos doesn't have anything pertaining to the land. Okay, surface. Back to the grazing permit is a federal document. It's governed by CFR 167. And it may go. And as the permit holders are asked to make their report, analyso na ada kaya nato Naa'bik'iyati. So bash na. Ko di kaya na ki hata shi kaya bashin so na dito. Piniyeni kita tuwilo sa niya. Kado you have to understand how the tribal process, the tribal government ran when Naa'bik'iyati was chairman of the Navajo Nation. The chairman wants and the advisory council would make those recommendations and give the green light to the chairman to go ahead and make that final determination. Alcohol. Ita ade. Honor sauce. 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 And what I'm getting to is that I see that. Well, that's the reason why I didn't support the taking off the legislation off the agenda, nor wanted to hear more. But it ado kudoya the best anisapre kana edi kanoya ya apa nana na kek na kedi sa angon ade abhende karo ade table shlen si ye pandiya ko even na personal vote wasn't to the fact that we wanted to go and strong arm the legislation and just table it down and vote it down. Bottom line is, when it gets to council, each and every one of you is going to cast your vote. Council is final authority. Whether you table this legislation here, the legislation moves on. That's just how the system of the committee. The legislation is tabled at HES. It continues to move on because council's rules of order are not changed. There's on the other subcommittee of that, Mr. Defense. So another year. Even now, if I need so I did see that I did not and the bed did. I'm not seeking on how navigable law for move. Oh, bed, understand. Young table beyond it. Once we can move forward. This legislation forward, add it on to next session. Up for any on that case. There is only able that number may not be Então, fato e da iniciativa e bem no não sei never Washington que issue que I got then they other than direct services which are not in it I should ask in so now this oil these revenues that come off the oil gases even the coal it funded direct services. And these minerals are on tribal trust lands. Washington, they are the deed that holds us. The federal government holds the deed. Maybe I'm wrong. Because with dollars in the yard, issue, that's what we they are at the net. Now we're hoping, should we have expected, share it, now shadows not net care in it no big apayat no big alcohol job by on some case at the net din for Washington Mr. Navajo update in north central western Port Defiance. These dollars that come off of it goes into the tribal coffer. They are next week. Based on some the face of it, then unmet needs now have need with it. Ito yeta ni mo. Ida ya ni ya. Need that okay. No single. I'm willing to go down that road, you guys. When the 24th Council came in 2019 and shut down Peabody Coal and shut down Navajo Generating Station, I remember from the floor and I said, the Navajo Nation needs to tighten its belt up. We need to reduce the workforce. Who do we send home? That was my question and my recommendation. I was told, we can save the jobs. I can agree to send all our legislative branch staff home. We are going to budget cuts. I can agree to that. But we, at the end of the day, when these resources don't come in, that's what we have to look at. What services are we going to cut? Even the Boston here. Johan, so case. Oh, النبان بنا غاه تاشيت هو الناس ايش هو بيتعلم الشيء يا كل الناس الناس ما يجيبان ايش النادو طان things هي وإيش هذا أقول خاو أنا خد أنت كده شيء ناس نبي تانا is only like God. 2031. We're going to say goodbye to APS power plant. That goes away with $24 million of coal revenue comes off of Northern nations. And you include the $33 million that is in the Peabody coal and the NGS. We're at almost $60 million that we're gonna lose. We lost 34 million already. And we haven't adjusted those numbers. The next council that comes in is gonna come into these seats while the nation's budgets will be very small based on that only. So I don't know. Now one nation, you're gonna see a comprehensive budget proposal, a projection of about $130 million. A day, that's about 210. Yes, no. Needs this to be not based on honest. And the next council comes in, the nation's not gonna have much money. Haitian 24 councils. Haitian 20 councils. How did they bring forth revenue replacement? Again, there's no other solution that has been brought to this table. Say this is how we want to replace these revenues that we lost. That's never going to come back. They pay for unique. Yeah, oh, عشان نبني هذا الشيء نسوي هذول الدين change وش الدين كل بنيجين يشي بنيجين نخايس كل النهار كانوا بنيجين we committed ourselves here. We're here to make that decision. Naa'bikiyati bahani shebetoni. Kashiyat eho bahato si. Again, ini kahado gahan sa nang shibet. Nila na abe ben khayat shibet. Jo pan so so the never watching, the never came cut, the never was okay. Always say that they ain't better than anybody else. So, now old boy that came out of Tennessee that had elders around, fortunate. They pick up some of their teachings. Exchange in Shidor الشهر وإيه مننا الشهر UK الباقي كيف عن الصار لين نوع تأثير بالآخر نخلص إشنا أنا ونا هاشي نهدور هذا كيف ياسر. You can't do that. What are you doing? Go, Abe, old Abe, Ninja, decision. 我必须我先被看没看弄的，他的心不干，那你我是给了，那俺的那说说没人，俺的就是给看俺去俺去，哎呀，不是啊，这个，那得都了，那得哎就你看，哎你看，我俺的，哎俺的，这都哎还是你。Auto was fun. Game never ended. I would say it was a day and night. I don't know, it's not. Up on the ship. They kind of need it was hard. That was anyway, see, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Otto. And colleagues, we are still on amendment number 1. Are there any other comments or questions? Second call and third call. If we could do a roll call vote. Point of order raised by Chair Gina Charleston.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification, you said amendment number 1. Is it the directive or is it amendment number 1?
Yes, it will be amendment number 1 because it will be, the directive will be included in the legislation.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Honorable Stephen Arizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arizo. Honorable Stephen Arizo did not vote. Honorable Helena Nesbitt, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbitt votes red. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shawna Clark, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Shawna Clark votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Lehman votes green. Honorable Amber Pinez Socrates, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Pinez Socrates. Honorable Amber Pinez Socrates did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Vince James, and Honorable Danny Simpson are excused. Chair James is here. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Arvin Mitchell. Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rickner votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toll, how do you vote? Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Pimentel, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Pimentel votes green. Honorable Shirley Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Shirley Yazzie votes green. Honorable Leslie Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Leslie Yazzie votes green. Going back up. Honorable Stephen Aviso.
Green.
Honorable Stephen Aviso votes green. Honorable. I'm sorry. With that, Speaker, you have 16 delegates. Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor. 2 delegates who oppose with Chair Kelly.
Delegate Crowdy, we are on amendment number 1 vote.
Honorable Member Pinez Crowdy votes green. Last speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor with 2 delegates who opposed.
Thank you, staff. And we do have a vote of 19 in favor, 2 opposed, with chair not voting on amendment number 1. So amendment number 1 carries, and we are back on our main motion, colleagues. I don't have anybody else in the lineup, or is there any other follow-up questions? Second call. Third call, and we do a roll call vote, and this is on the main motion.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati votes red. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shani Ankla, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shani Ankla votes red. Honorable Eugene, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newman votes green.
Honorable Eugene Charleston votes green. Honorable Emerson Escocari, how do you vote? Honorable Emerson Escocari votes red. Honorable Pervin Daniels is excused. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Dr. Jimenez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Jimenez votes red. Honorable Rick Ness, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Delegate Rick Ness votes green. Excuse me, red.
Red. Oh, green.
I'm sorry, Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Honorable George Toll, how do you vote? Honorable George Toll votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Honorable So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito votes red. Honorable Cheryl Nyazi, how do you vote?
It's green.
Honorable Cheryl Nyazi votes
Green
red.
apple.
Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Lester Yazzie votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who opposed, with Speaker Kelly not voting.
So it doesn't add up to 24.
I've got 14.
It's 14.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just calculated 12 delegates who voted in favor and 8 delegates who opposed.
Right, staff, if you could verify the vote again, I'm coming up with a different number as well. So if you can total that up before I call for the vote. Yeah.
My apologies, everybody. Okay, so let me clarify the vote. I have 15 delegates who voted in favor and 6 delegates who opposed.
Thank you. There's a vote of 15 in favor, 6 opposed, with chair not voting on the main motion. Thank you again, colleagues, and we will move forward with our agenda. Number 6, new business. We do have a consent agenda. And staff, if you could help us read those titles into the record, and I will call for a motion in a second.
Motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Consent agenda, legislation 0001-25, action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, approving and adopting the Nawa Nation 2025 State of Utah legislative priorities. Prime sponsor is Honorable Shani Parrish. This legislation is final authority of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee for nomination of council and the rules of order of the night. Legislation has been ready for record by the voice recording. Legislation 0002-25, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee approving and supporting the State of Utah House Bill 30, Utah Indian Family Preservation Act. Prime sponsor is Honorable Shani Parrish. This legislation is final authority of Naa'bik'iyati Committee for Nomination Council and State Committee Rules of Order. Rule 9 legislation has been read to record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0250-24, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, approving the Navajo Department of Emergency Medical Services Schedule of fees. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Today, there was a memorandum attached to the legislation reassigning and adding the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council to the committee assignments. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. And we do have a motion by Delegate Crotty. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Slater. Colleagues, we will go for a roll call vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Helena Nesbitt, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Helena Nesbitt votes green. Delegate Norman Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shawna Clark, how do you vote? Delegate Shawna Clark.
Green.
Delegate Shawna Clark votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles-Lee, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles-Lee votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bocati, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bocati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Delegate Arvin Mitchell votes green. Dr. Indinez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Indinez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nauta, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nauta votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Delegate Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Toth, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Anito, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Curtis Anito votes green. Honorable Cheryl Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Cheryl Yazzie votes green. Honorable Leslie Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Leslie Yazzie votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who oppose, with Speaker Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff, and we do have a vote on the consent agenda, main motion, with the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And at this time, I'll have Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, members of the committee, for your dialogue and discussion today. Speaker, I'd like to ask if the Budget and Finance Committee could be excused at this time to meet with Naa'bik'iyati, OMB, OOC, and DPM. Thank you.
So with BFC members absent from the meeting, we will still have quorum of 14 members. Chair Parrish, just be on call if I do need 2 committee members, if you could send them back to the Naa'bik'iyati committee so we can finish the agenda. So that's just my only request for the excusal. Going next to number 7, receiving reports. Update report from Operation Rainbow Bridge and the Navajo Nation Human Rights Office Commission regarding the impact of immigration and customs enforcement on urban Navajos. Presenters is Division for Children and Family Services, Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission Office, and others. Also included Office of the Speaker as well. And Chair Gina Charles Newton or Chair James, if you could assist me in doing a pro tem.
That's for the report, correct? For the report, all right, so with that, that's the Naa'bik'iyati committee. We do have the presenters here, and so with that, presenters, you're well aware of the procedures, which is to provide you 20 minutes to present your presentation. If there's any time that's needed at the end of your presentation, please let us know, and if we have a consensus, I'll go ahead and find the additional time at the end. If not, there'll be a motion in a second, and then we'll go into questions and comments order. So with that, presenters? Okay, I'll question it. Speaker?
Thank you, members of the committee, and also thank you to Chair Gina Charles Newton for adding this very important report onto our committee schedule today. I think that's something that needs to be immediately addressed. As you are all aware, the Trump administration took office on Monday and has quickly signed many, he did sign many executive orders, including one that enforced sweeps by ICE, known as the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, to begin the process of deporting undocumented immigrants. So the Trump administration has stated that they are prioritizing undocumented immigrants who are alleged to be violent offenders but we now know that Navajo people and enrolled members from other tribes are being detained in the Phoenix and other cities by ICE. The reports we have received indicate that there is a need to coordinate an operation or some type of response to help our enrolled tribal members here of the Navajo Nation, and also not to be subject to the sweeps that are being conducted. Yesterday, I did include the council in an email written notice to the Office of the President, Vice President, Acting Attorney General Heather Claw, and also Public Safety, and also Vital Records, who oversee the CIB Census Office as well, requesting an update to the council on what is being done on the executive branch side in response to. So as mentioned, as the legislative branch, we might not have immediate oversight over directors, but we do need some coordination. We requested that from the Speaker's office to start what is that plan of action from the executive branch. As of now, we have not received any official updates from OPVP other than an email from a staffer stating that they will provide an update soon. Yesterday, I also communicated with our Arizona State Senator Teresa Hatafi. She was on earlier on the call, but we are trying to get back in contact with her. She's also receiving multiple inquiries from tribal members in the Phoenix area, and she's more than welcome to join us as well to provide her update on what is really happening down. And this is only within the Phoenix area, so as committee members, I know this might be also happening within Albuquerque, Los Angeles, Denver. So we don't know the exact locations, but I'm also joined here by our Human Rights Commission Office Executive Director, Mr. Leonard Gorman, and also Salasa Jim from Family and Children's Services, and our Acting Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Chris Beecher, to also provide some questions. And if we could also request Mr. Ronald Duncan from Vital Records to also be here in attendance, or if he can join via Zoom for this report. So thank you again, Pro-Tem Chair. Now I'll relieve some of my time over to the presenters.
Yeah, thank you for that, Speaker. So with that, how much time do we have left?
1646.
1646 presenters. Who's going to go first? Mr. Gorman, Ms. Jim, or Mr. Beecher?
Okay, yeah, so can I not this team, but it's team though, as you make a president of the Hala, another Zaki, the Arbor, with any sort of me. Coco,
Mr. Gorman, can you push your button or close to the mic?
Gotcha.
There you go. Push your hand.
Okay. Kudoshi, Mrs. President, oh, great. Funny, got the pieces. Most any other standing on that. Adult ego, you both these couple, ice, the dancing. And other a car cares on in the year long. Need necessary social. Of course, how sales and the $8,000. $8,000, $8,000 a car. Of course, I got the study how so he big Geniago. I don't let you the students and get Niago. I don't study how so begin. So then they look at this list need to get Niago. Has it will not do this? I don't which is $8,000. Carbon yati in a way. Kudos that in also begin. Geniago Adobes, Geniato, the large area artistic at the data stamp has a hosen list. A has she given us a haka card. Carbonaki a Ani Haba Winstinko. A yahak is not. The Nanan Stigi studying also be What ego na kaini ya kuchi. Ogo nan to gesto ni to ni do hana o abo. Ado ben yachin ni ya go. Has ya was aronda hakan khado les isjan o khao ke has aniki ya tsada da ba hozn ye to les haj be hozn to les kujit ba hozn to les ya kut ego nan nis salah to ni ko dine khadis kizini ege what ego asam de nake hat ego kata Jane Rake in Chicago, ego that allowed to see a side that. Hakadis to see aid in now, Kodohan as Harvard at all, Nisto, Ogo, what the top Nishi, so the top has on. What our net that Iki ato and net that the top need. Ogonagay, Togo Sleet. Tato is a Zegoba pizza. Hatne. A chinnet need aid and linit as Kaan. As Aliago. Now it's all good that it get. No. It says Zelia. No. Aid to the auto at Zada. You don't need. A cock quaggy in Han and lead on this ischa. About the quack. Ni na ta kinal ke na ya di pata ya ko on story no na so finance day o ko kwa ke krishin to kwa ka sta ti ho so na ga ko wat e na ni ya ta ro ya ani ko ni ya ke ya ni bizit ya ho zin ni bizit ko ya ba ka to ke na ka to e shi to na ke to put Eko ada ice na hotan on na. Ako kwesi habit hito mish. Na kibun na yati an redo ko sleep. Na kita mos lido ka sinajisko ya town hall ki bentahi. Kwesi kis ka pizza. Kodo na ani tamusini ki ada sisha tan ni ke na hito ka. Na ta ice ta sahalle. So you that you take that ado ACLU that and I say AC kwe hanne dato niti there's ani eko eko in nisto the kagis chezin li ni to akwe nanti area the neniki to the do ba huin ita no ya hatsi isha oko kwe ya eko to so sin dankisten ni stides your kishibun. Yeah.
Chad, Mr. Foreman, so with that, how many minutes do we have left? 11 minutes and 17 seconds. So with that, Senator Hatali, I'll give you some time to resume.
Yet she ya being between initially she bashes chain to buy the shadow to this kishi internationally. Other to constant that other a yanasha. Here Kodosha ho agi o it's a good a bahadeshne. Yiji a get don't do a hot in the gate dot a get ade and dal nishiki a ya shiltahal now a ya ndelzit. Big a ye dan it's in ebininan hijit don dale nishiki a do bahadon neta. Dashilne. Ako a dada ya denne astanago le denne trata ada shich han ila di shich ago shin yilha aj go shi aj ba awe go shi shin enle khotishin al neshko anda oyo ada shin kholiha olde Tedidat nahast de a ol kilko Shin kwashin hashin zachi ado the quilt ya ehotenel kado shin o the shin di chite beniye nda je hiki shin ade ya big edge dosing she that no. Adoshin dahot a kid. A code. E o kudzado kudo oyoshi o hushin with hada hasli oshi. Adoshin e koeshin o yada ati ibinachin e gist oshi e di kudo hanei ejil oshi. E she ohot out ejil oshi ohot ah mayajigoshi yilholne. E adoshin pomashi e ajibich hanne elia. Ako e adoshin e jehotet nal kado adoshin atinde e hanne echis on e ande di koe e di dal nishigi e koe bananish e del inigi e shin e di nchahat beilch tahajil neigi e shin hoshte shin tahat no shin hat shin tahasla e adoshin kodoshin e nahote kito e aidoshin behajozi she di dene nishleshin ohot ashin hajit ziho e ade nasha ade the Naa'bik'iyati ade nasha shi jino accord e shin hashin zachishin nahol jij e ado e ohot ashin dahot kito nda e binache e jinenigi da e be e da hazanish da na haloshi jin what that no akonde e di e ya di be da hajil na igi e aji e shamago e ohot au e ya shich e igila e yil kit e di naltsos be a hazanigi Oko eshin hamayaji goshi hamayche holne eshin jilnisho. E adoshin e hawashi hulna alwado eshin alsos ejis kidoshi e hach abche ejila. Oko edi be ach hanne ahwanat ago. E ko eshin en ledeshim eshin hal kidoshi edi ko eshin be ahozinoshin ko eshin bil ishja ejila. Akonda ade en dal nishigi e do shin e yo bilbeda hozinda. Akoshin a kwa I si hol nihigi e shin kwa bich shi isja da jila ade en da e shin e hut au e bela ansli. E shin kwa hut au shin da hut ikito shin se bijilt ego e la den netan le ado la shin e din le bit dash tlijigi latte shi e ajigo akonde e se bijilt ego shi e nache shi baha jo kai e shin hueda alni ako e atanda akohot in Ado ede hot au e hot in jonde e di hanne ekin kitty lo le ni Washington de ade lanta anishiki e ade elto shich da holne e di Senator Mark Kelly e yandal nishiki e agent edil kito Jonda e killanaje aje elto okot e nda en daga e da hot e da ishi aje hanne e gibinache e hot ashi anahotzi. Jonda e di the Naa'bik'iyati elto okot in ad elto okoho nis jonda en daga e da hot e da di hot e go a agi ahosche na nish has age ade Yahachi je go chote nel kadge e akhote e de hos doppel hot sota ad a hot in e kot e ken landa e ato honeta ado de Naa'bik'iyati el to honeta ako e de hot au a hot za atanda e de hot a
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Coffey. I don't know how much time we have. How much time do we have? 5 minutes. So with that, presenters, you have 5 minutes among yourself.
Yat Ashanant, my name is Samatsa Jim. I'm here representing Mr. Thomas Cody for the Division for Children and Family Services. I'm the Deputy Director As far as Operation Rainbow Bridge, we do have an incident commander, Mr. Daryl Yazi, who is conducting a training right now, who could not be present. But did share that we have not received any reports within Operation Rainbow Bridge. We have not received any incidents reported to us. However, please be aware that our efforts under Operation Rainbow Bridge are through the healthcare system and the fraudulent sober living homes. So we might not get information until a few days after. But for right now, Operation Rainbow Bridge does not have any information regarding this.
Good afternoon, honorable council delegates and pro tem chair. Thank you for letting us speak on this. From the DOJ's perspective, I just want to give a couple quick updates in regards to actions that have been taken and what's occurring so far. Last night, there was a meeting between OPVP, their legal counsel, myself being from DOJ, Vital Records, Navajo Police Department, and DPS, specifically to discuss the ICE detainment issue. So just as by way of an update, contact has been made as of last night with the governors of the states of New Mexico and Arizona. And the biggest takeaway from that meeting that I can share with you right now, as of that meeting, was really encouraging the safety of Navajos and making sure that when you're talking to your constituents, that we encourage our people to carry IDs, whether they're state, whether they're federal, like a passport, or even if they do have a tribal ID. And then I think that really includes certificates of Indian blood. Those are all good things to have with you. And unfortunately, this isn't the first time that we've had Native Americans being profiled. It goes back further. And it's something that unfortunately that we deal with every day. And it's not something new. It's just this enforcement action has heightened this awareness. To that end, though, we are working from the executive branch side to identify and find those claims of detainment to make sure that they're actually accurate. We all know that sometimes on social media, things get spread and shared before there's actually any real account. I did hear Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton's statement that she had been in contact with somebody who had been detained. I have asked the chair for that information so I can bring it back to the team on the executive side and we can explore that further. But it is important to realize that, you know, maybe all these claims aren't necessarily accurate, but we do want to work toward verifying those. I have asked today the OPVP legal counsel, Dara Blackwater, who's to my right, to come down here in person and give an update. This is my notes as of last night. They have diligently been working over there to contact not only the state governments, but also as of last night, our Washington office was directed to reach out to Homeland Security. That includes ICE, that includes Border Patrol, and find out best practices that the Navajo people and really any Native Americans and US citizens can take to make sure that they have the proper documentation and make sure that they have those best practices in mind if they are stopped. That said, we as the Navajo Nation and the leaders here should encourage everybody to be respectful and positive with their interactions with any law enforcement. We need, as I said, encourage your constituents to carry the IDs necessary. And specifically, just keep in mind that we need to stay safe in the interactions with law enforcement outside of the Navajo Nation. And we should strive to be positive in that respect. I know we're out of time. I could stop there, but I would like to hand some time over to OPVP's legal counsel for an update for everything that's happened from this morning going forward. And just one last note, DOJ has reached out to tribes within the southern region of Arizona and talked to their AGs and their government. They're not seeing an increase in any of these types of actions with ICE and that type of enforcement. And then secondarily, we're meeting at 3:30 on an online call with Arizona Governor's Office today. So with your permission, I'd like to offer a few minutes to OPVP's legal counsel for further updates from today.
How many minutes? 20 seconds.
Okay, thanks for that. I don't have much more to update. That's, Chris pretty much covered it all. And, yeah, we will be on that meeting today at 3:30 with the other tribes. They have a lot more, experience with this issue than we do up here. And so we're eager to learn and, you know, get that good information out there to our citizens to make sure they're safe.
And one last quick note, some of the potential recommendations I've made to the executive branch was.
Your time's up. Okay. 20 minutes. You guys need to learn how to share 20 minutes. All right, so with that, motion made by Honorable George Toth, seconded by Honorable Otto So. So with that question, I have a lineup here: Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, Honorable George Toth, Honorable Otto So. And then Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Chanela, and thank you guys for the support. Okay. So I'm glad that we are, thank you. Thank you, committee members for bringing this forward for a report. I know that there's been a lot of concerns, text messages going back and forth about what people should be carrying, as well as just concerns. I just now got another text message from a different woman who said that they are planning to do sweeps in Salt Lake in the schools. And so you got that one too. So in terms of the text message that I did get from the woman who reported her son being detained, I asked her if I could share that message with you, and she said no. Her concern is that Wu did say that this is the golden era, and she's afraid of retaliation. So that's all she just said, is I'm afraid of retaliation. And I'm glad that Senator Hatzcoffey, you know, made the report. I had to get clarification from my colleagues. I don't know if the 8 people detained were all 8 were Navajo, or if there were 8 people detained and maybe 1 or 2 were Navajo. So, and what I was saying is, if she got that text message from a woman about her daughter, I got the text message about mom of her son. That to me is 2. And so I appreciate you know, that yes, it could be hype on social media, but if you got 1 that it's happened to, there are probably plenty more that this has happened to. And you have to be mindful that many of our Navajo people, they're afraid to speak out because history has taught us over and over and over again that when you speak out and you say something, that you will be retaliated against. We are experiencing that right now, especially with the statement that Native Americans have been profiled. This is not a new thing. If it's not a new thing, how many of our Navajo people are going to come out to say, I was illegally detained? Many of them are probably just going to thank, you know, our gods that they were released, and they probably won't want to talk about it again. So I am very concerned, Speaker, with what is going on. And I went around and I showed many of you the article right now that is being shared, you know, where our citizenship as Native Americans is being questioned. So this is going to continue. And there was even, you know, a screenshot of a message from a former Miss Navajo who was saying, well, of course, Navajo Nation is not prepared and we're in reactive mode. Who would have ever thought that we would be in this day and age where we would have to prove who we are in order to avoid being taken from the country, from the land that belonged to us. So of course we're not prepared. I don't think that anybody would have ever thought that we would be where we are today, which is we have right now somebody who is in the highest office who is questioning the the citizenship of all of our people, all of our Navajo people, all Native Americans, American Indians. And then going and join these sweeps. We heard it, we heard that it was gonna happen. But I think that for me, I thought, no, that's never gonna happen. We have enough people in this country who know right from wrong, who are gonna speak up when they see that wrong is happening. And I was wrong. Because we're not seeing that right now. And I'm getting text messages from people at ASU, Hewlett-based students who are asking, I'm scared, what do I do? These are our college students who are getting an education who are scared. So imagine how our elders feel. So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about what could we have done as a council? I think that, again, I don't think that we were prepared because I don't believe that I just never thought I would ever live to see what is happening right now. So now we have 8 people who were detained. We don't know how many of them were Navajo. Senator Hatlali got a text message. I got a text message. That's 2. I got another text message from the woman in Salt Lake City, and we do have human rights. That's in the back going like this because they must have got the same information. We got information that our governors from New Mexico and Arizona, both who are Democrats, who are saying that that this. I guess maybe, I'm not sure exactly what was stated, but we also know that there is that divide that's happening right now. And so as much as I respect our governors from New Mexico and Arizona, I don't know if they can do anything to prevent this from happening. Because, Chris, you know this, ICE is a federal agency acting under the powers of the President of the United States, who has the authority to I guess, tell his agencies what to do. The separation between the federal government and the state government, going back to constitutional law, our states can protect individuals, but whether they can protect from a federal agency is always a question that comes up, and we have seen it time and time again. And if you look at our history of Native Americans, we have seen it time and time again, where there is always that question of whether the states have jurisdiction, whether the states have power, and that's just dealing with the Native Americans, the American Indian issues. That's not even, the other issues. So we know driver's license is a perfect example. States have the authority to decide who can drive. That's why you have your state driver's license, not the federal government. We've also seen the recent changes that have been made with abortion. It went from a federal decision made by the Supreme Court of the United States to a shift made to states. So what I'm trying to say is we see this fight every day at the federal level. So I appreciate that the governors of New Mexico and Arizona are also concerned about this issue. But what I need to know, Speaker, is what are they going to be doing to prevent any more of these things happening? And whether they have that power to do that, because I can almost bet you they don't. And that's what's scary. In terms of tribal IDs, I was hoping that we would have Mr. Ron Duncan here from the CIB office. We need, Speaker, per the, oh, do we have, oh, there. I see him waving in the back over there. So what we need, Speaker, is how do we create a safe place for people to report these incidents? And I say a safe place because if Boo is saying this is the golden era and he's, you know, he's sending praise to Trump, then how do we know that our people are truly protected? And I think that's where a lot of people are afraid. And I think that there was, you know, there was a good point that was made because I've been kind of keeping up. And in all honesty, I did not watch the inauguration. Because the first time I watched the inauguration, when he was sworn in, I couldn't sleep for weeks. This time I was like, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to do that to myself. I want to be able to sleep, be okay. But you know how in the news they pick up these little snippets of what, you know, what was going on. And, you know, I'm really concerned at what we saw, but most importantly, I'm concerned at the actions. So we saw a lot of pardoning that happened of people who committed assault and battery on Capitol police officers, and they were not held accountable. And I'm just really worried because when that happened in 1989 here in Window Rock, we had our Navajo people who were held accountable, who the court said you are responsible, who served jail time, and it was more than the time that was served by these individuals who were a part of the January 6th riot. So yes, I am really concerned, and I'm really scared. I really am scared, not for myself, but for our Navajo people. And I think that we should all, you know, be questioning what is really happening. Because again, I think many of our Navajo people are gonna come out, if they trust you, they'll come out and they'll talk to you. And that's always been the big thing. If there is trust there, people will share with you what is going on. And the 8 people who were detained, I want to know how many of them were Navajo. And then Speaker, what we are doing right now to, like, I think Vice President Montoya, through that email, she had a really great idea. I think maybe it was you who said that we should be establishing a 1-800 number. But this is the funny thing is the woman who texted me, who said her son was detained, he wasn't allowed to make a phone call. So that whole time he was detained last night until he was released this morning. And what helped him was the star on his driver's license. And they had to verify that that driver's license was for real. But that was, she believes that that's what actually saved him. So that was the first thing I looked at, my driver's license, to see if I had a star on it. And we just, like 5 years ago, we had issues where many of our Navajo people who were born in hogans or who were born at home, they, you know, we learned that they'll never get the star on their driver's license because there's no actual verification that they were born in that hogan or in that home or on that land. So with that being said, you know, many of our Navajo people don't have that star on their driver's license because they don't have a valid birth certificate that, you know, that says that they're Navajo. They have a CIB. But when I lived in Lubbock, Texas, I went to go get my Texas driver's license. And the DMV there in Lubbock would not accept my CIB because they said that it was invalid document, even though I showed them, like, you can't accept my my CIB. They said it was a fake document. And it took the state senator who thankfully was actually a student at Texas Tech University to get involved in order for me to get a Texas driver's license. So I wondered how many of our Navajo people, like if they have their green CID with them, how many of them are gonna be questioned of whether that's a valid CID or a valid government document? And I'm sickened by what we're hearing and what is happening. So again, Speaker, I think that we do need to look into what, like setting up this toll-free number where people can call in to ask, like what is going on, or, to even report these incidents. But I also want to point out, Speaker, that at this Tribal Interior Budget Council that we attended back in, I think it was July or August in Pala, California. At that time, we were informed of the tribal, I think it's through Homeland Security. Homeland Security worked with a tribe in Arizona to get tribal IDs, and they were never questioned because it came from Homeland Security. Now, I know I was just now looking up and I was reading up on the tribal government affairs through Homeland Security. I don't know if this agency will be affected by the new administration coming in and the funding that could be taken from them, or maybe the funding could be decreased. But perhaps we should schedule a meeting with Homeland Security to find out what we can do so that our Navajo people, can, as an option, like we make this available to them. And then the last thing that I'll say, Speaker, is we need to come up with some resources that are available to our Navajo people. And part of those resources are legal, like people who have their license and who can question in a legal manner, representing our Navajo people in the event that they do get detained. So, Speaker, I think now we just really need to take this seriously, and I think it's no longer a threat. I think it's an actual reality that's happening right now. And Navajo needs to be prepared, but most importantly, working with Homeland Security, I think that may be our only option if it's still available. And they did present to TIBIC at the time to say that only one tribe signed up to do this. So maybe we could work with them to see if this is something that's still available to us. So I just want to say that, Speaker, and again, for the record, I am really scared of what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing. And again, these actions, they're actions. They're no longer talk, they're actions. And actions do speak louder than words. So in this case, the actions of the Trump administration is starting to scare me. And I think that there are many of our Navajo people right now that maybe are in the same boat, or at least concerned about what this is going to mean to them. And then the other thing, Speaker, just one last thing, is somebody said all you have to do is speak proper English to them. What if our Navajo people who only speak Navajo are pulled over? And you have an ICE agent who doesn't know Navajo, who doesn't know whether that's a language that is spoken here in the United States, that is indigenous to this land, is the one who is having to decide. Can you imagine grandma or grandpa being pulled into a facility? How scared they would feel not knowing English, or not knowing that they can ask for help. And that's really what scares me, is these things are possible. And we have many Navajo speakers, our elders. And I don't know, that message also would have to be shared with them as well. So maybe it's a message of carry your CID with you, but there's a possibility that they could question that. If you have a tribal ID, carry your tribal ID with you. But with the tribal ID, I did talk to Delegate Crotty. And I asked, from budget and finance, I think I also spoke to Norman as well. We need to put money into the tribal ID program, since this is actually happening. So as budget comes up, we need to think about that as delegates and think about the needs of our people, especially those who are living off the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Go ahead, thank you. So with that, moving down the line, Honorable Don George Toth.
Changes, first class. Thank you. So mine's gonna be, not even a minute, so, the question I have, I guess what we need to do, not the question, but what we need to do is start issuing, nomination identification card. Also, how are we gonna carry our CID around? That should be a small size. My recommendation would be taking a picture of it. Contact, so a lot of people are in meetings, especially I have some family. So, and then some are in Miami. Get out there, so my concern about them area, the tribe needs to get some funds allocated, start issuing tribal, and then like those may have say 1-800 hour, so they can call them 24/7. So it's gonna take a lot of planning in that fashion. Yes. Basto Neko and one thing you have to remember is it's citizen the Daf Eco. It is you have capacity in there. It is about this case. So again, we need to do something, allocate some funds or start issuing education information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Otto So.
Know that this is a topic that was run out yesterday, as this happened in down the valley. I think from our side of the nation, they found the COVID they really have this have to go or be within the bounds of what authorities we have. And one is that executive branch. That is the program, the branch that's supposed to carry out these things. The 2023 budget happened, or 24th. Council appropriated the funds, made it into law, was passed into law and signed into law. Alcohol, these programs that receive these resources are supposed to be working on these things that occur. I know this started yesterday, and it sounds like the dialogue the conversation is going on with the state or with the other tribes. And I think that the administration really needs to move forward to try to get the bull by the horn with this. Then also Mr. Duncan's shop, his office is a 638 program. He only operates off of what the federal government gives us. He doesn't, I don't think he gets general fund money, huh? Ken? Kacho aja besa ni sina no ni kso se sindia ni ji. But you know, Ope been scheme think that Mr. Duncan shop really needs that resource. And I think that's the conversation that should be going on internally in the administration. How can we crank out more CIVs so that these documents are issued there, maybe in the valley, over there. The other is that the tribal ID portion. I think there's some confusion on, whether you're gonna stay with the whole 8x10 sheet, CIB, or going to the identification. But the identification is not accepted by the universities or other institutions that require that. The certificate of Indian blood determination is a federal document. Is a federal document because we at one point indicated we can take care of this for you, federal government. We will issue the CIB. And I think that clarification needs to happen. At one point, the federal government used to administer the CIB program. Remember going to the CIB program and saying, or it says United States Department of Interior, whatever, caught in that. Alcohol, at some point, the nation moved to 638, the program. Once you 638 a federal program, you are saying, federal government, I'm gonna do that responsibility. You're doing a horrible job. We can do it here. That's the same thing as public safety. That's the same thing as the judicial branch. That's the same thing with the schools, with the hospitals. So there's some sort of transaction that happened. And I think that portion we really need to get Department of Justice to research that out. What was agreed upon? Because this document to identify certificate of Indian blood came from the federal government. Ako agent pe pangsa ako pe jo $100 khali ishi pe khali na nishik ya ya ba ya. But I think, Mr. Duncan, is there a chance to increase your budget? The sky's the limit, it sounds like, and you'll have every delegate on the bandwagon to support your budget or a comprehensive budget. So think along those lines to try to enhance that. And then the question is that why is it that if you can get a travel ID, you can't utilize this other form? What is the legal analysis on that? Additionally, I think that the two documents can go hand in hand. And then one is a whole document to have on you when you're out traveling. Going to another state or going to Canada or just simply taking a trip. And if the certificate of Indian blood determination needs to be on an 8x10 sheet, on paper, CIB office can print that out. But I don't know what the legal analysis, what the reasoning behind this. But I know under the President Ben Shelley, that was his initiative to get the certificate of Indian onto an ID form. And it happened but hardship based upon honesty, once the machine broke down or something happened to that machine that prints out those IDs and over the years. And I think that it was never an administration priority. Because after Shelley came the gay Nez, then Nez Lizer, then now Nigerian Makoya, hoping that they're having that conversation with you, because you were in one program, then you went over to CIB office. And I'm not too sure if the former administration has had that dialogue with you. Mr. Duncan, what do you need to get this program moving? I really hope that the executive branch has that conversation with all the programs. Because I always say this is that at some point, someone is going to point out you are stepping over your boundary. And one president, now Mr. President, used to remind us of that. President Nez, Council, you're stepping over your authority. Separation of powers. And he used to remind us of it. Stay out of my way, he would say. It's basically what it is. So, I think Mr. Duncan, sky's the limit, and do a big budget. Ask for the money. As you have I think it's every delegate that's in here has a constituent that's going to be impacted by this. Whether they live in Phoenix, whether they live in Albuquerque, whether they live in wherever. But for your office to crank out these CIPs or identification card, should be getting them out. So I don't know if Duncan's can, Janshi, Nati, Nishi, nah, that's another thing. They get to the CIB office, just because they're in line, they start criticizing that office. And you're doing as much as you can with what you have. I seen it at Chief City, that's why. What's going on in Chief City is going on in all the agencies. And your staff is really getting bombarded by that. They're taking it home and things like that, and just think about how it feels like it. And I will say that it doesn't hurt to be happy. It doesn't hurt to say thank you or be patient. I commend your office. You try to address the issues that cranking out these copies of CIBs. I think we really need to move forward and try to get those documents out to our citizens that apply for this. And then again, we need the actual agreement that what the Navajo Nation agreed to in the contract with the federal government and how much water that holds. Because the government had it at one point. So we need to figure that out for justice, is that how much water does that hold? Because the federal government, they added treaty, keeping the nothing, I believe that's one of the ties back to the treaty right that we have. And the administration, thank you for making this report, and give my time. Thank you.
Yeah, another NECA and DCD, thank you for being patient. Honorable Otto so wanted to say that. Thank you very much. So with that, Honorable Dr. Inez.
Chair Pro Tem. I call Dinigi Ado to the commission for being here, DOJ, a representative of PPP, as well as Senator Patney and the Division for Children and Family Services. So I think first and foremost, I would recommend that the Operation Rainbow Bridge consider taking on this task as well. I know you indicated earlier that it's primarily due to fraudulent activity concerning access. That on your website, it says we're claiming our relatives out of this concern component that says see something, say something. Because if there's nothing being reported, then I think that doesn't necessarily mean there's nothing happening. And I think the more that our relatives see accessibility, then I think then you'll start to some insight on what is occurring. And so that would, and you already have a 1-800 number on there, so I would consider assuming that task as well. The next thing I want to say is I don't know where the update regarding the President's office on perhaps providing resource down to some of our metro areas like Phoenix, like Albuquerque, where there's that significant high population of our relatives there. I understand, Mr. Duncan's here with vital records, but this is why I was always in favor, and I'm still in favor of having a Navajo Nation-like embassy in a lot of our urban communities, like Salt Lake, like Phoenix, and out in Albuquerque. So I think that's something that can be done swiftly, if in fact, that way there's somebody on site to help with the verification. And I'm not sure how this would go, but when we look at relatives who disenroll as well, because we have folks who come out that want to be able to enroll in that location. So this is just a Western form of indicating that we met our products of our land. Washington, we think of it as that. So that's something that I think that we also need to take into consideration. And I think it's important that there's a staff or somebody available who understands and speaks in that. Because oftentimes, even when it comes to voting, that those types of interpretations are needed. So I think that could be something that the administration also takes into consideration. And then, so I think leaving here, there needs to be some sort of process on how we move forward. Because we probably have a lot of our relatives currently listening right now, and we want to assure that moving forward, there's some sort of process, some sort of assurance that this is on the nation and on the government's radar to be able to protect our relatives there. And so through President Knight, I think the discussions with the attorney generals from each of our respective state and our governors to understand that process as well. Because you can't, racial profiling is occurring now, you can't just detain and not allow some sort of process for us to affirm and confirm that a relative is a citizen of the Navajo Nation. So I think that needs to be something that needs to be dealt with swiftly as well. With our respective states. And then I think just getting the Department of Education involved as well to make sure there's a liaison for our higher educational institutions as well as our schools. Because I mentioned this before, in Clark County, in the city of Las Vegas, we have over 300 of our Navajo students there. So we have over 1,000 that are attending Mesa Public Schools. So we're out there. So we want to make sure that they're also not traumatized by some of the events that are happening, unfortunately. So I think I'll be in contact with the Department of Education as well, just to get the discussions going to make sure that they're also providing some degree of assistance to the team here. And so those are just some of the recommendations that I have at this time, and some of the questions that I wanted to pose. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. With that, Honorable Nathan Nota.
This is Nathan Nota from District 14. I want to mention that they instigated a policy of
rules, regulations in California years ago, it's back in the early 1990s. And I was working in Northern California up in Redding, and I happened to be in Los Angeles for some business. And I got stopped and I got handcuffed because they thought I was Hispanic at that time. And I went through that process, them processing me, trying to get my ID information and so forth. So I know what the feeling is like. I got really scared. I was married at the time. And I called my wife. They let me make the one phone call. I called my wife, and she worked with my family to get my tribal identification and so forth. So she did help me in that manner, and so I was able to get released. But anyway, I know what the feeling is like. It was really scary at that time. I didn't know if I was going to end up in Mexico or not. Luckily, I didn't. I just want to make that comment. That, like I said, I do know what it's like. To the Vital Records Office, Mr. Duncan, over the last couple of years, I have gotten some information, I guess some criticism related to your office. And I think the biggest criticism that there was a really lack of customer care. And I never addressed that. And this is the perfect time for me to make comment on that. And I think, I don't know what the issues are up there, but apparently some of these individuals get turned away and are not given the information that they need, the CID card. And so I think the process should be looked at, and I think that a little bit more customer care might be helpful. I want to mention that I went in there probably 2 years ago. I went in with my mom. I have 6 siblings, and 5 of my siblings went in with me. And the reason we went in was to get our brand new CID information, our sheet, the green sheet for all of us. And every one of them had a driver's license. I did not have a driver's license. I only had a passport, a United States passport. And your office would not accept my passport. And nor would they accept the fact that my mom was standing right there with 5 of my siblings, as they were let your staff know that I was their brother, that was my mom. And even with that, they wouldn't give me any information. So I was living in Montana at the time. So I had to go back, and when I got my driver's license replaced, I had to come back and go back to your office and was finally given a CID card. I think that's not called for. Like I said, I did have a passport. That's United States identification information. And then my entire family was there, and I was not given the CID that certificate that you guys give. So I just want to make mention of that. And I think that needs to be looked at. Especially now, people are going to need their CIDs in light of the circumstances of what's happening and what's taking place. It's going to be critical, and I think your office is going to get bombarded with people making those requests for CID information. The other thing, like out of Delegate So mentioned, I really feel that we need to look at the legality, the possibility of issuing ID cards with Department of the Interior's stamp on there, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, whatever stamps need to be put on there to make it legal for us to be able to carry that and have that be effective in providing information, especially to people from the ICE organization. I think that would be a lot easier than me having to carry that green sheet around all over the place. So please look into that, and then maybe let me know, at least as a council delegate. If it's not possible, let me know, possibly in writing, as to why it's not possible to do something like that. But maybe in the entire council. But I would like to know personally if in fact that's not possible. Those are the comments and the questions that I have. Yeah, thank you. And hello, Mr. Duncan, it's good to see you. And the staff here that are present. Thank you for the presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Leader Naa'bik'iyati.
Okay, this afternoon. Thank you for giving me this time to share what I have. I have a daughter that's working at looks like Maricopa County. They're going to apartments now with high rate of crimes. So I see we can encourage them to just take a Photoshop shot of their CID, put it in their phone now. They need or their ID on it. So that's what they're using at this time. So it sounds like they're really your ID is our CID is meaning something out there. So it's we have those CID, we have the seal on there already too. So when you get your CID, you get a seal that's notified you are native. I don't know what we're talking about here. We're just going around and round. We need to get someone to really come in instead of wasting time to get the professional help that we need. We really need speaker, chair, and Naa'bik'iyati to work with who you need to work with to really get this going. I don't hit the net, but nothing he saw the amigo by you must send it to trade. You must put the share. Asia card high listen. I don't need to go on KTN on radio station to let you know. I should live beyond the hard visit go. You probably don't want to even go anywhere at this time. I just want to share that with you all. And so this is what the husband. So this is the husband. Well, it's hard that she took off that. So this is the it's don't live in the enough or lift that it on. So we need to carry that on. I don't we can just buy here and so this is another one. So this is the natural cost. It be hard to leave. Thank you for the for that. So this is the region. How it lasts in there. She's the light machine. Not need to washing on here. That's what it's about. So you're the cost. But now you can hospital that here.
Okay, honorable Naa'bik'iyati. Shabe Aden Nani Ziko, Ado the Konoteshi, Bishmas, Anno Seniki, Bahata Sotzi, Do Nana, Chinado, Senator Hatati, Ade behind the Sada Adaho, Gishin, Eya E, Aho, the Shi Aden Hanahan Gizo, Ayat, Senator Hatati, Ado Representative Sosi, Representative Peshkagan. The Hishi that's a thought about being Hiwatni to drop House bills at the state level to have them recognize the Navajo Nation certification of Indian blood. Bahozon Otle Ade He Binyan Han Dait Oko Adonana or tribal ID. I stop in the House bill not sauce. They have dozen dodi for them. Not only even yeah, and then it be equal. Any other than any not equal. Ako the hit up for the fish master and the lily. So that she create a whole sheet that's emergency legislation of the machine. Do ya eat? Joko eat over it. Don't put an end. Legal as legislators in the sheet that's in our Arizona caucus priorities that's a to be stuck if I don't amend Eliago she don't hire on so to isn't yeah yadi ni a cop don't be how doesn't don't make the need here with no what this Mr. Duncan Sitako, the dog, base on Yoki, the Kuidishi, Hamet needs and the Niki, Hitato name, so it's nothing new. Do Katie Kata, Shikoja committee, a Kata Sita, Shipani Lani, and Hikojo, no. do ni da ko do hot e be in da ko do shi hit shi be na le do le budget ko da na ho just le do ko kidana ko ni le Mr. Duncan. We need to update our system. We need funding for that change. It's not the first year, it's not the second year or anything like that. So it is ishi ito kaba ko no sendo de todo kui ko shi bahata somzi sene ito ko ishi ya kodo mandich ato de speaker Curly Ado Mr. Gorman Ado Miss Jim Do Dana Mr. Chris Beecher, Ado Nana Kotafa Enane Zaako, Bahanate Visit, Bahanate Mr. Duncan, Ishi Kodor, Nana Slalome. Again, there's no 20 minutes, so you have all the time to respond. Presenters, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Ms. James for helping, taking the lead on this discussion for chairing. And thank you again, colleagues, for having me as a report for this very important subject and this urgent need that we are hearing. So my request to the executive branch, just hearing from my colleagues on their reflection of feedback and recommendations, is not only the delegates, but also the chapter officials need to know of what the protocols to take in place, because we're the ones that get firsthand communication from our constituents, either through social media, phone call, families, we're out there in the communities. After we get out of meetings, we go back home and we already there will be somebody waiting at our front door gates, waiting for answers or questions. So I think that's what we really do need, if it's within this next 24 hours, because even we heard from Senator Hatafi, being somebody detained for 9 hours, that's a very long time. Hours away from their family, hours away from their work, or if they went to school. So I think there has to be an emergency protocol that has to be put in place, because then we can relay that message not only to the delegates, but also to the chapter officials who do have, constant contact with our constituents. So we're hopefully within that next 24 hours that at least there's some type of protocol established from the executive branch. And if needed, the Human Rights Commission offices underneath the legislative branch. And if there's really no response coming from the executive branch on how to intervene or how to help, there's also that option. And hopefully we don't have to get to that option.
Sorry to interrupt, Speaker, hold on. Honorable Toth, Honorable Toth, you have a point of privilege?
Yeah, so that's recommendation. Speaker. Just give me like 4 minutes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, I apologize, Speaker Curley, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair James. And also, I think that when I sent this email yesterday over to the executive team, and we just received the email back to our colleagues here, and the way I read it, it just seems, we don't have any records, or we don't have any verified numbers of who's being detained, arrested, or in custody. There's differences too between detained and arrest in custody. So I think if there's a data or tracking that specifically knowing what are we really talking about? And I think we shouldn't be in reactive mode. Knowing back to my colleagues that we shouldn't wait for our first verified case to react, then to finally intervene. I think if we're being proactive, even if we don't have verified numbers, but we do have a lot of these families that are fearful already of the system and not being able to get help from the nation or even from state officials, or they feel that fear. So I'm not going to, for me, standing for myself, I'm not going to rely on, Office of the President, Vice President saying, no, we're going to wait for a verified amount, a verified case first before we intervene. And I think there needs to be a system already, a protocol put in place before even if you do get that verified information. But as I mentioned, we shouldn't be reactive of trying to finally put something in place until after the fact. So, and also in emergency legislation, Chair James, I'm really happy that you brought that up. And I think that it's very important for the nation to take a position that this is not acceptable. And going back to many of the comments that were heard here, verifying the term that we're the aboriginals of these lands, knowing that we shouldn't have even the stats of birthright, citizenships, and the discussions goes on, and that's that appropriate time next week. We come into a session again for winter session, if that can be put down as an emergency legislation. Another emergency legislation that needs to be considered for this is also for vital records. And I know during the pandemic, when we had the hardship, and I was actually with Mr. Ron Duncan's team going to each of these cities and volunteering to be a part of intaking, providing copies of CIDs in the cities, and it can be done. And I remember that we put that in place the last administration or something of that sort that could also help with a lot of our individuals, because not every day do we all travel with our CIDs, or some of us are our grandmothers or our parents probably do have them, you know. And a lot of our children that are in these colleges, they don't have the time to drive back out to Window Rock, or they don't have the time to drive back out to Tuba City, or if you're in Los Angeles, Florida, there should be some type of remote response to a lot of these inquiries for citizens that are asking for verification of CIDs or enrollment. So those are just my reflections, and hopefully in this discussions, I know that the tensions are high, and a lot of the times, you know, we just should be talking about what is occurring, but really talking about what are the solutions that can take place after this report. So at that time, Chair James, I would like to give some time over to each of my agents here, presenters, to see what their reflections or recommendation can be, the point of a plan of action that can be taken place within these next 24 hours.
Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker, and Pro Tem James, Chairman James, thank you. Just to run back to the recommendations I had made out to OPVP and the rest of the team from the executive branch that I mentioned last night. And I can say Mr. Duncan was there, and he can attest that I made these recommendations last night, because a lot of them are in the exact same line as the council delegates here today. So I do appreciate your comments on that. But number one would be to establish some sort of hotline for those detained, like a 1-800 number, website, email, those types of things, but a way for those detained to call to get help, and or their relatives to report that somebody's been detained, to seek help from the Navajo Nation in getting released from detainment. Additionally, I made the recommendation for those Navajo IDs, knowing that they currently are issued, and Mr. Duncan and I had a conversation about some of the challenges and the rollout for potentially bringing that down to urban areas such as Tucson or Phoenix or any other urban area in other states, and how can we work around that to make sure that we have a smooth rollout in something like that, if we can get those things going. I think additionally, the cost of the IDs generally, you know, with 421,000 approximately enrolled members of the Navajo Nation, let's say if you were to give everybody some sort of form of ID at a base level, if they're $120 each to roll out per person, you're looking around 50 million. If our current IDs are much less than that, obviously the cost is less. But just to give you an example, we contacted a tribe who does more of a passport quality type of tribal ID, something that could be accepted in different places. Their amount was about $120. If you look at the Real ID, the cost and implementation for Real IDs in the state of Arizona, right around, I think it was 150. And so those are just some round numbers to kind of get your mind thinking about how much we may want to try to advocate for, to set aside to get these IDs rolled out. There could be cheaper and more cost-effective ways. As Speaker So had mentioned earlier, looking at the collaboration with the federal government to help roll out an ID of some sort. And I think those are all good, very good recommendations to look at. Another recommendation I made was the establishment of a hotline for law enforcement to call into, like a 24/7 hour hotline that would basically give access to vital records to have somebody verify if needed. That's another solution. And generally, one of the conversations that was had with state officials was having law enforcement training, because they're also being pulled into some of those aspects of law enforcement on this particular matter. But generally, I want to recap for anybody that's tuned in after the last time I was able to speak. You know, safety is a primary concern for our Navajo people in any area, but especially these urban areas where it sounds like these sweeps are being conducted. We want to encourage everybody to carry a form of ID, right? And in the state of Arizona, for example, I do know that the identification card, not the driver's license, but the ID card is free or very low cost, but I believe it's free. And that's something that, how much is it? $8. Okay, $8 to me is worth the investment of having the ID with you at all times. It at least says who you are. I agree with the potential thing of having your ID, your CID on your phone, but that's not a bad idea. And on top of that, I think that we have to look at all aspects of how this works. Now, when I was asked about this last night by OPVP, I wanted to give the practical advice first. The first is, if you were stopped by law enforcement, please make sure that you are respectful. Try to be positive and don't be antagonistic. You know, those things will keep you safe, especially as a Native American. I think the other thing with, again, the point is well taken of trying to verify these claims. We're not waiting for these claims to pop up. I have no names as of yet of people who have been detained. I've asked for them. I will continue to ask for them, and we'll continue to seek those out. So if there are any council delegates here that have any names, if they're contacted by anybody, I am more than willing to document that and contact them through this process. I think what's important also is that from the legal standpoint, if there is some sort of violation of constitutional rights, we want to document any of those people who were detained wrongly, profiled inaccurately, and make sure that we have documentation for those issues. At the end of the day, I think, you know, yes, we're gonna have to come up with these solutions, and we're gonna need everybody's help on this, with the funding, with the rollout, with getting these bigger events put together so we can help our Navajo people everywhere. And I think that Mr. Duncan plays a huge role in that, and I'm looking forward to working with him in all those capacities. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Duncan because he hasn't had anything to say yet, but I want to give him some time very quickly so he can also talk about those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher. Speaker Pro Tem, Speaker, delegates, leadership, Mr. Gordon, Sunshine, and the people in the audience, and Senator Coffey. My name is Ron Duncan. I'm the program manager for Vital Records, and I've been in my capacity for about 6 years. And in that time, we've been issuing tribal IDs, okay? The first tribal IDs were first done back in 2011. And so in our policies and procedures were adopted back then. And in that time, we've only issued about, I'd say about 8,000. And of course, we're at 400,000 now, okay? And I know the question had come up, well, how come not all departments, outside entities are recognizing our tribal IDs? It's just because it's scarce. We've never really seen it, okay? Partly because we're lacking the capacity. And this is something that we've, at least I've talked about, and Mr. So, and of course, the delegates have tried to assist me with more funding, but we're just lacking the capacity. And I was mentioned before, we're a 638 program, and normally we're at the bottom of the run. I know at the last summer session, the Bureau presented their report on funding. And if you take a look on page 13 or whatever it was, the exhibit, you take a look at the dollars, we're at the bottom, okay? And it's been like that for several years. And actually, there was a program audit report done by the Auditor General from 1995, which pretty much reiterates what our issues are now, okay? The lack of a solid enrollment database and trying to get things digitized. And, you know, right now, we are working with the Arctic IT folks in trying to transition to a new software. We're currently using Progeny, it's an older edition. And our issue in that week is that we could never upgrade. We always get caught on the bureaucracy, really, the red tape, and providing insurance and things like that. But with the new ERP program with Arctic IT, we're beyond that now. We're actually planning, and I was actually doing agency visits with the Arctic IT folks and talking about our procedures, processes, things like that. And part of what they do too are travel IDs. And so, so we're excited about that. We're actually going to upgrade what we have. And so we're going to be looking forward to doing that. But as far as this current situation, okay, and I know there's been discussion about having our office go to border towns, Phoenix in particular. Based on the experience that we've had with hardship, you know, it's been, we put ourselves out there and there's such a great demand. And, you know, I've taken pictures when we did the last hardship, we had 200 people in line. And after a certain point, we definitely had to cut them off. We'd count back and kind of gauge how many people we can do for the rest of the year. And we stop and we have to tell the rest of the folks, sorry, you're gonna have to come back tomorrow, and people get upset. And but in regard to the trouble I'm sorry, with the people who need trouble IDs, we should prioritize and talk about people who don't have IDs. Okay, if your state ID, if you possess one, that should be sufficient. Okay. And but in any case, that's what that we should prioritize those folks who don't have trouble IDs. Otherwise, we're gonna get overwhelmed, and everyone's not gonna be seen, and that's not gonna be a good situation. But in any case, I'll shorten it up, and I'll go ahead and leave that to be my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Pro Chair.
Yeah, so that is the okay, certainly. The Sagi and the Kudo Shma, Senator Ashley, Prop 314 Niki, finished out education. AD added Ayodana so in Hana the Kaibo that George is out the smart ADs, they should have been and the other Potoshmato, Chairways on the Adona Kibunagi got the what comes in Scotland's Ango, so the ASU, U of A, in a U and the UNM. It asked in the Azure, it's got the chat of it. No. The and Liniki is over in the big town, though Hutchin of Kaigi is over town. Liniki, Liniki, a bracket as Stondo, a Coco, UNM, SU, U of A, in a U, and some other universities to keep a zone is out of the don't have out. How many at the ACLU keep hotline, house sick, AD to holiday. So that's so he to the Danish that it's loud and then he that Coco. Even if I have a so that the innovation Danish. Okay, but also my mind taking away. So they have so he the last target start. They are the top lot of this. Again, an Arab is on the school district in a way they say unhands that case like the need that about Banan Ogo eshi ko natahan and nadi nato de. Di kwait ay so gi di sta ko kun so shi li chen ta na si do de ka.
Yeah, Nana. Again, this is Samantha Jim from the Division for Children and Family Services. I did get information from our director, Mr. Thomas Cody, who's attending some nationwide calls right now. There are some tribal nation calls happening regarding the same topic. And it's happening not only for our area, but across the country for many tribal nations. So he's on several other calls regarding the same exact topic. With that said, we are able to work with our tech team to update or even add on to our Operation Rainbow Bridge website and call center. We're looking into the possibility of expanding that. If we can't do that technology-wise, we could possibly build another call center just to help in the immediate. Just keep in mind that Operation Rainbow Bridge is under an emergency declaration. And so that's really for the sober living homes, but we could add to that with leadership, working with Mr. Beecher and helping us to develop the call center to be responsive with all the planning that's being done for the Navajo Nation. And then lastly, we just want to mention that we will have a call tomorrow to plan a call center, and then we'll coordinate with Human Rights Commission as well as Mr. Beecher and Mr. Duncan to see if we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
And Chair, just one last comment. And it's to set expectations. And as I said earlier, all those ideas of carrying a proper ID with you, having positive interactions, remaining calm, and taking those precautions to set expectations. There's still the possibility you will be detained, even with all that in mind. And just like as Mr. Honorable Nota had mentioned earlier, he had to call family, he had to reach out and was able to get things cleared up in that regard. And you know, I just want to set that expectation too, that we have to remain calm as Navajo people, as Native Americans, if we're in that situation, and know that we do have the right to be here. We are citizens of the United States. We are Navajo people. We are Native Americans, and I think that that's important to remember as we're going forward. But those are some of the actions we're taking. As I said, currently there's a call going on with the Arizona Governor's Office right now as they're going forward. And we'll have more updates, and we'll continue to have more things set up as Speaker Curley had mentioned. In the next 24 hours, things will continue to roll out. But I do think it's important that we all support each other and work together to get the funding, to get the processes going, and know that it's a joint effort on all of us. And one last thing that I did want to mention, that one of the things that they are working on a joint statement with the governor of Arizona's office, and I would expect there'll be more statements with the other states as governors as well regarding the issue. So thank you, Speaker, Pro Tem Chair James, for your time today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the response. Ray la sunshine, audience, they want to eat there's lots of they want to eat lots of sunshine, Jim. All right, we have a lineup here. Honorable Mayor Ricky Nance, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable George Toll, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Curtis Unito, Honorable Shauna Claw, and Honorable Otto So. So with that, Honorable Nez.
Look at Chedeshnala. Arushanan Fano Senegi, Adokro, Nature Report Osaki. Nan Fano Senegi, Deep and Nacha, Kwaki. Shahanan Port later. Shanape. Then they lay her legislation. Ayo is Chetanil Chico Dena. Ayurchita, that's it, what's that? Aroin na chen huji, ito hajona da jot ekonas na olta eol chana. Ko diriki an nishi dokani gash edini zandan wila anayot. We always just think we're native people. We're the indigenous people of this land, Nika. Of course, at the ancient, back on the 24th Council, in Washington, D.C., when I was the chair of RDC, we used to go to Washington at least 3 times a year and advocate on behalf of the Navajo people. And at times, as leaders, your voice has to be strong. When your voice is not strong, that shows them you are speaking weak for your nation. When you introduce yourself to these congressmen and senators, you make sure that you speak about your plan. They love to hear the Navajo language. And then you start talking about how the Navajo people, indigenous people, Navajos, we made a major contribution to World War II. You remind them that your language that you speak, I've seen senators that just like want to shake your hands just because you're a native person. Same way with Congress. Right now, we just really need to have a strong voice. We need to remind Washington that there was a treaty of 1868 that was signed between the Navajo Nation, and the federal government. But the Naa'bik'iyati just Phoenix, Decatur, Albuquerque, Los Angeles, Salt Lake, Denver, everywhere. Our people are living elsewhere across the ocean as well. Some of them are stationed out there. 400,000 Navajos. There's only 24 of us here. The Naat and the Bayilchina. Big Hazard, the Lebanon, I know. Said it all wasn't it has good epic. Don't just go donation check a crop like on a bit of take off. But it all is lunch. Oh, Hinda, he crack or it and we got that. Mr. Gorman had done that, the cities that the discrimination, racism behind all the nayo, here. Oh, what area they get all the corona nation castle now. Then that 11 and he had there. Those citizenship need tango. If we're not, why are they giving us money? They just need to know they need to give us more money than what they're behind on. We just need to tell them that they need to start paying the late fees on their rents that they've had for hundreds of years. They said the national, where's your citizenship? There was a time when Native people were not allowed to vote. But in the state of New Mexico, then got the Nese Marine Corps, he served in the Marines, came back, and he was of Pueblo descent. 1948, Ado and the Native people, they were allowed to vote. But these children, we're allowed to vote. We're a nation within a nation, and we need to be proud of who we are as the Net people. We really have a strong voice, and we need to have it stronger. Maybe now at the winter session, the Canada, let's make plans to go to Washington, D.C. Let's talk to them. Ronnie chairs, the vice chairs, and then it all not any chance that oh, Jihad here does Nike, Halate, the Kircha Kohonate, Londa, from time immemorial, Nego, Ana, gave the nation on such case. Oh, Winston, or concept, they like the row, Ayo, nation, get the name beyond the Hadliges. Let's see, on Nathan, lay boarded or something, I shall, Nathan, but then there's a change that. But I do have an ID card, state of New Mexico. Something also says veteran card. So if they scan this, they know that I'm a veteran, that I'm also a Native American Indian from the Navajo tribe and their tribe. What else, Hassan? How can we make it easier for our people to have their identification that we are the original people that hold citizenship? We also made a major contribution to win World War II. And now I had to go tell my kids, maybe look at your driver's license, make sure there's a store on it. Of course, it is that.
Go ahead, Heather. So with that, moving on to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. So I've been listening to what I guess the responses and what I guess how these issues will be handled. But what I want to know is for a person to get a CID, not to register to get a CID, but they already have their CID number. What does it require for them to get a CID? That's my first question, Mr. Duncan. My second question is, with the, I know I get this question a lot, and I'm sure your office gets this question a lot too. There are some of us who have our CIDs from like Ben Shelley. And they have that, they have the, like the Ben Shelley, yeah, the, what do you call it, the letterhead. And I know that this question came up a lot during the hardship. Is that CID, I know the answer, but I want this, I want the people who are listening, I want them to hear this. Is that valid? And then if it is valid, how will ICE agents know that it's still valid? Because I think anybody could easily Google Navajo Nation president, Blue Niagara will come up, and I can expect that an ICE agent would say, well, this says Ben Shelley, or this says Joe Shirley. It doesn't say Blue Niagara. So I think that that's another, I guess another of this whole issue that we have to talk about is in terms of educating, how do we educate to say that, you know, a CIB from previous presidents are still valid? So that is another issue. And then I know, so I know that there was talk about establishing the 1-800 or the toll-free numbers that people can call. And then we heard Delegate Nota's story about, you know, what he had to do when he ran into this issue. So it's very interesting that on your phone, you can do ICE, and we're talking about ICE. You know, you do your case of emergency, but in this case, it's not in case of emergency, it's the immigration, what is it called? Customs enforcement, yeah. But, you know, with the, I guess if our phones are taken away during that process, you know, what can be done? And keep in mind that the person who was detained last night, you know, and I think that Speaker Curley said it when she said, you know, there's a distinction between being detained and arrested, and you know this, Chris, right? But I feel like it was an arrest if it was overnight. But, you know, of course, I'm not going to say that to the mom who, you know, who reached out to me. If they said that they're being detained until verification can be made on their identification, I think that in terms of the education, we need to let our Navajo people know that unfortunately, if they call it detainment, then, you know, it's probably going to be detained. Unless we get a speaker, we may need to get some information, maybe from an immigration lawyer, on what are the rights in the event that our Navajo people are taken into ICE facilities. I don't want to say custody, or I don't want to say, you know, detained or arrested, because that actually has, you know, the legal definitions of all of those differ. But in the event that they are taken to an ICE facility, or they're being held to verify their identification, you know, I think that we need an immigration lawyer who can provide information to this council to say, this is what could happen, and here are your rights. This is what, you know, this is what you can ask for. Because I can just imagine that they would take somebody and they don't give you the opportunity to call somebody. And then, you know, even with that, how many of us actually have phone numbers that we remember? I think I would remember Speaker's office, but that was because during ARPA, all the numbers that we had to call in, that was actually our passcode. But heaven forbid it happened on a weekend and Speaker's, you know, staff is not there. But, you know, how do we, I guess that goes back to that 1-800 number that should be established. Speaker, you know, in that event, I think that we do need to make it very easy for people to remember, like the 1-800 GEICO, or the 1-800, I don't know, just something easy, like something that they can remember. And then, Speaker, I just want to say I really applaud you for the statement that you made in that we shouldn't have to wait for like one actual verifiable case, because then I think that is too late. I agree with you on that. Right now, we are hearing reports. We got the report straight from Senator Hutz-Coffey. And I don't think that, you know, she would lie about these things. I'm getting text messages, and I know that Human Rights, you know, is also getting the same text messages as well. So I think that it is happening, and we shouldn't have to wait to say, okay, if you are detained, we need your name. We need to know, you know, which chapter you're from. Are you a chapter voter? What is your CIB? Oh, let's do your income verification. You know, let's do all of these before we can help. That's ridiculous. If our people are scared right now and they're asking, you know, what can be done, they are being active and asking these questions. And we should be able to provide them a response to what they're asking, because I think it's very valid. And Speaker, I would also, I know that as delegates, we also get our Navajo Nation employee or Navajo Nation card. You know, it's got our picture on it. And then we also have our badge that we carry with us. So, and I know our Navajo Nation employees have that as well. So is that, I want to know, is that going to be something that we can actually present as a second form of, I guess, our ID? And again, this is going to come back to bringing an immigration attorney to probably council and maybe consultation to ask, you know, what can we tell our Navajo people and how can they be protected? What are their rights and how can those rights be protected? And then, you know, in terms of the treatment, you know, like what are their rights in terms of treatment? And I bring this up because with the first administration under Trump, we saw in the news, we heard about these things, of the way that those who were detained in the ICE facilities, the way that they were being treated. We saw moms and we heard about moms being separated from their children. These are things that I think we just need to be proactive and be able to provide our people some information about their legal rights. So again, Speaker, a request, you know, to maybe get to ask for consultation from an immigration attorney on what the rights are for anybody who is who's picked up by ICE agents. So at this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Chair James.
And George Toll.
I don't have a response to that, but I don't chair speaker for the finance and again. So when you do emergency legislation, just a recommendation, we should attach the Navajo Citizen Act in back in 1924, Calvin Coolidge, President, Indian and Alaska, both citizenship. It has Trump jail both I'll share that with all the state that we're involved with, also Washington, or Argent Senator, who also represent no, out of this, I believe this legislation that was drafted, that was approved or executive order. I would ask the staff to look for that. It's Native Americans again. 1924. Deportation, Ajibishkin. Though here, Kodo speaker, though this was understanding. Jinatani, Moda Sutal, and John, they would have that. Quote, Shiat, Arna, Hitler. Ejo, it's in Julenko, Nabayastia. A call of it, I would have Neko. I don't hold out in a Korean family. No, John Hita Ecuador by to Shiat Anahoita. A call aid and Navayash Hidot in a passes to Pisata Pizza every Tuesday, Shashini and not Lego. Late out over there. Me this morning was. Chief of staff, we are here. So, I hundreds of different attorneys. I'll tell you what in the end of 8 It doesn't, I mean, to me, it's poor leadership like that. Could now pay at each other. But if they, then he, yeah, this was only Clinton, the government, he, government called up and had hidden number. So it is what I don't the press release that was he gave up. Don't wait for the executive branch because they're failing here, already. So it's our call now to make give up as well. So I mean, clinically, we need either these are some of the recommendation. The no, it be higher eco, it could be difficult. I don't know this yet, then again, if I have to stop all the recommendation go on. I'll tell you, in the by the city, Kadedo, on Michigan, Ede, Yakuro, Kiddish, and Senegi, though let's not wait for the executive branch to start moving. A program to agenda, she doesn't also take the she as well as Mr. Amy to put up program as executive branch and then again. But on his allowed don't control part of the data. I see the lady president or question that she's a co. But on his that can they them or could be attorneys, those staff agent that والله يفتح المجال كو يستطيع نن أيضا دعوت إلى باتيستين أجيس عشان تو كو هاي جويا شوكا بتاعهم جوكا كشنا جاتو ما فني هذا إيكو شافشني إيش نبكي تشكيل زنجي the natural assumption, but Eba today case showed a Zan lady at a height was urgent. Ede Yakoba at Nikashaba is Chahalan hidden at Istam Zinko. Adoshi Kudo Habara Hajit on this complicated and he Joba anything, never Joba anything has changed dedicated. Ados like in Tahonda and Anjos. Things together. I used to work with the hospital, north side of emergency. I always see people out there in the street. Between these children, I call 8 Haban so historic call 8 Shin by Dida Yadadi Yan Neko. Call 8 artist staff the north door. Without early Takabo a Yahai a the information that able to put that here, put out Nazareth, no stop. But that all the aid that he needs to project, though that in and equal, our a Kodogija at this service was actually all the those legal legislation, emergency call. Koebe down Zindovi, other neighbors, state, then again, Chikodados, Liga, Chikisto, without the Nani Gido, Aco, Sabakao, a Honey Clone, in Hano, Kacho, a call. I don't that it also I'm here, but the Karatison, she originated. Conservative go here, see little go here, and she come adjusting within the community bunch of kids. It is a whole cohabila be way. A while the Sitaria, the Hains and James can go there. Call I don't they only allow one phone call and not and see that's not justice. They can get number of calls just to verify themselves. Called Ava is to Beshi disallowed and then she don't and has started also Skin of the people. Which is not we get the nest because it is a call about this to do not here speak to the protest. Do a establishment as to connect them. Once already go, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, she not on the oh, Vice Chair,
Oh, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, as well as our presenters. Yeah, thank you for Hashim Sabo on the upon the house of Neon Zago, Ado Aya, Pado, Nihidin and Lady, Ndal Zedo, Besta Yego, she in the kite. Akoho, Kodoya, the critical part of this season. I just want to mention that last Saturday, we asked Delegate Claw, requested a meeting with Chief of Staff to Eli Crane. We had a meeting with Mr. Greg Smith for a good 2 to 3 hours. And so in that meeting, we did talk to him about these, and this was last Saturday, we talked to him about this actual this situation, this issue. And we talked to him and we said, these are real concerns that our people have, people of color, not just Navajo people, people of color. And so we said, how will you safeguard that? So we did ask him some hard questions and although I not Sadi Kitchen, Nazi, Yasiki, Hashi do Quatego at Nishito, Ado Hashi, the Begrani, Ikis, Tiki do Dae, Okatam, Bahanaegi, Okatego, Egi, Eshi, Yasiki. Han Hado Nigo, Oye Hatzi, Eshi, Yasi, Bazia, Okodo, Oyon na Kaina Hazen, Nihodozni, Yeda, no, Hajoyin, Hatzi, Dohade, Ishta, the Sani, the Nigi, Adosheto, Hinshnani, the Nito, na Kaina Hazen, but the Shan. Ako Legas it's all yahan Sheha Chapatishna Tazation da O Chapatina Haro Ado Honde Shashon. Oko Oya Hatobe Ishchanedia Ani Equatel Hidden Yata Penit Dopata Afto Ndan Zedapatino Oko Okaza. The other thing that I just want to bring up is just that we should also be aware of fake authorities. And as you saw with the fires in California, I was reading a report about how somebody came in with a fake fire truck and I don't know what they were trying to do, but you know, there's gonna be fake authorities. This is a time for people who truly are racist. And this gives them sort of the green light and the go ahead to go out and, you know, do some of these things. So how do we make sure that we keep an eye on those things and that those things don't happen? I also want us to really keep track of our hours and the costs associated with replying and intervening in these situations. And so I know with Operation Rainbow Bridge, we extended a lot of resources from here out into the city. We have people, our police officers out there, and I don't know if anybody calculated the amount of hours and time and pay that we spent on that operation just so we could bring our loved ones home, our relatives. And so I think that should be cost, that should be billed back to, you know, the people who allowed this to happen. And so we need to be able to build this to somebody, is my thought. I think my recommendation, Speaker, is, and with OPVP, is that I would like to have a meeting with Eli Crane and his staff as soon as possible. As you know, Mr. Crane is now on Homeland Security, and his office is actually exactly right across from that department. So we need to have that meeting as soon as possible, to how do we safeguard our people and the other, to me, it's a challenge. Push it to ate hotzol zihu nan ko ish e nacha e ha ish en tol ka ha ish en tol ka kodo push it de to da dish that jano nan agot. It's difficult, and so I know it probably is difficult to, and I'm not saying that it's hard on those folks. Ashi Ani, they're traumatized in that process, but I just, if our people are listening, it is you're helping this, if they're on need, if these, and these things apparently are happening. But we do need, those reports. We need the facts and evidence. But they are being still on that, but we or put Janet Jano e Nan Clinton Hadden. So I really encourage folks with these, situations, with these stories, that we do get names, because that is really I think the only way we can truly address it. And when we do have our meeting with Mr. Crane, those are things that are going to be asked of us. The reason that, I know that Rainbow Bridge was brought in, Operation Rainbow Bridge, is because, again, and somebody probably already said this, that we do have our relatives, unsheltered relatives, who we're concerned about. Our relatives out there who are in the streets, who probably have lost all their IDs, and, we just want to make sure that if they're detained for any reason, that they're not, just because they don't have an ID, that they're put in the wrong place, and so we just want to keep them safe as well. And so how do we identify maybe the soup kitchens in the area downtown? What services do they use? Could we interface with them to say, we just want to keep our relatives safe from ICE, and how do we keep them safe? So those are things that I'd like to also put out there. We also just have news, like on ABC News, there's news that Mr. Trump has also so at some point there were the sensitive areas. So that's where schools, churches, hospitals, funeral events, where ICE couldn't go to. But now, that they're saying that he's revoked that and saying you can go to those places. Again, we just need fact checkers. How is this really factual? Is this really happening? And so I know we have outside legal counsel that is there in Washington, DC. And again, we just need a really good speaker. I'm asking for you to reach out to our outside legal and look at really, as well as DOJ, and looking at really the legal analysis, because we do have the 1924 Citizenship Act. And so what does that do? And then we just know that if there are any constitutional amendments, it faces, I believe it's going to require 2/3 vote both on House and Senate to make any amendments to any proposals. So if they're going to revoke maybe even the Citizenship Act. So what are we looking at? And I just think it's going to be, I think outside legal counsel, our lawyers are going to be happy, because we're going to be keeping them busy here for about the next year and a half. I don't know, because I feel like what the administration and Trump is doing is just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. So all the things, he's throwing and seeing what he can actually get away with. So we're going to be battling each and every one of them. We already have a ton already. There's the DEI, there's a school situation, there's and then the IHS hiring freeze. There's a ton of situations already that we're having to address. So we really need, real-time analysis on what we're looking at, what are we facing, what do we need to do. But also, Speaker, I think we also really need to put this in the hands of two of the branches there within the U.S. federal government that has something to do with us as Indigenous people, which is Department of Interior. They're supposed to be, we're supposed to be either, under them, and we need to pit them against Homeland Security. and see that, and to make sure that our native people are safe. So it ain't huge because I think they should do some of this work and it shouldn't all fall on us here. They need to iron this out there at that level, and, I'm hoping that the agency leads have the ability to go against, their president. And so, but also just throwing, Shitsui, Mr. So said we want to throw money at the birth certificate office, and I just, my concern just is that, the green paper, it just doesn't hold a lot of, it's not secure. It's not a secure document. I think everyone knows that. So we're gonna throw money at something that we really need to, and you mentioned real ID. How do we, again, work with those real entities? And again, that's a question for Homeland Security, and I think we need to bring them in and to really set something up there. But, everywhere we go, we pay for part of our IDs, right? Anything, driver's license. So maybe it's not something that the nation puts in entire bill, but it could be something that our Navajo citizen pay partially for. And so, just some thoughts I have, and thank you for your time and your responses to all the questions here today.
Okay. With that, let's move on to Honorable Curtis Yanito, GS.
Anyway, I know you recognize your name, or I know that you get not really. Yeah, I'd say, I have a question on that is, either congestion or you are needed, the illegals, the sheep like you see about that. Then they changed their names. Then what do we do about that? With his name changes, the chief. Slave council member was in trouble, that's for one example. And then there's some illegal marriage that came into our nation. Are we going to deal with how we deal with that? I just had those two questions for you guys. I've seen a lot of patrols that stopping a lot of vehicles on the way down. I've never seen it like that before, but it was constantly going on. Even Sunday, then this morning was coming down from the landing was like that as well. Well, they're pretty busy out there, and then they go Naa'bik'iyati, and every time I was over in Fresno, California, and that time, they were pretty serious about trying to get us, trying to deport us, but we were just speaking out loud among ourselves. I didn't like it because he didn't understand the language. So we told him that we're from Four Corners area. So finally, after so many hours, they let us go. And then recently, I was down by Tucson, past Tucson. I crossed that border when I was coming back, and I got stuck there. Illegal patrols were stopping. They pulled me over and started asking a bunch of questions and all that. I kept on trying to defend myself where I was from and so forth. And finally, persuaded. I mean, it's kind of scary to really encounter these kind of encounters. I just had those two questions with names and legal laws that we have here. We're doing about this.
Another Honorable Jonathan.
Okay, I'll just speak.
I want to thank our presenters here today. And there's just a few recommendations that I do have for our speaker and the council here. Number one is I am very thankful for Shudda, Brenda Jesus. She did send an email, but I think it is important for the Navajo Nation Council to do a leadership meeting to review the executive orders that have been rescinded by President Trump. So if we could get that scheduled right away, that would be the first recommendation. The second one that I have is to establish a task force to address the Trump Project 2025. And I think there's going to be other issues that are going to come up. And the one that has been brought up already is the bipartisan infrastructure bill as well. So Representative Greg Stanton has already requested for clarification. And so that's also going to affect some of the ARPA funds. And so I think we do need a legal review coming from our Department of Justice. So that would be another issue, is to establish a task force. Another recommendation and request that I do have to the Department of Justice is to get a listing together for our DNA legal services, those types of maybe public defenders, where people can have a list provided to them of where they can call. We did hear recommendations today about paying for legal services for our relatives off the reservation, but I feel that would open up a can of worms to our relatives that are here who don't get any free legal service. So I would be very careful of that as well. In addition to that, Marley Shabala did make a post today, White Mountain Apache community, their vital records are now open on Saturdays. And so I wanted to hear from our vital records if that's going to be an option for our people across the reservation. And they have open office hours from 8 to 3 p.m. So I think that should be one thing. Also, we did get a screenshot, I believe, of a poster or a flyer on Vital Records store where it states that if they receive the ID, they're not able to get paper copies. So I would like to hear how that can be temporarily suspended so that we can go ahead and issue the ID. And if they lose the ID, they can get a paper copy. But we need to start working on amending those policies so that we can help our people as well. In addition to that, I do want to make a clarification too. I'm glad that Shema Honorable Simonson did put on the record that we as delegates, I believe, during the previous Naa'bik'iyati committee, that it was stated that 3 delegates went out to Washington, D.C. and didn't know why, the reason, but I believe that was clarified today. So if we can refrain from making those types of statements, because those do reach Washington, D.C. as well. And I think that before you speak, I think that we should all know what other delegates are working on. In addition to that, I believe in our justice system, not only on the Navajo Nation, but throughout the United States. Right now, as far as the federal judges, they have temporarily suspended and they are not honoring the executive order from President Trump. So there are 5 cases that are being brought up across 22 states. And I think that with that being said, we don't know the outcome of our judicial system. I think that we do have federal judges who are very familiar with the Civil Rights Act, who are very familiar with Indigenous law, and they will uphold those laws and those afforded rights through our U.S. Constitution. So I think that I am in agreement as well that before we start going out and causing a fire, so to speak, or crying wolf, we do need to get the facts. And I have seen through emails from Mrs. Candace Slim that they too have been trying to obtain factual information, but to no avail. So I think that there has to be a reporting system that needs to take place where we do have factual information. And one of the things that's going to be important for is if we go before our congressional people, they will ask for names. They will ask for contact numbers. And if we are there just relying on Facebook posts, that is not going to do it. People are going to ask for actual information. So if those things are being reported, then they do have to be listed. Just as I heard from Shema, that's how our legal system works. And so those are just some of the things that I wanted to add. And then also, I am very appreciative for our Senator, Shada Teresa Hatlali, for being on the meeting with us. And I am too in support. I would like to recommend that final recommendation to our speaker, if we can go ahead and get a legislation to help support our senator and our representatives in the state of Arizona, as well as New Mexico and Utah, to see if we can get the legislation that will help to meet the requirements set forth by Homeland Security for our people. And I'm also in favor of meeting with our congressional representative, Eli Crane, who does sit on Homeland Security as well. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for the discussion here today. And then thank you to Mr. Gorman, Mrs. Martin, Mr. Beecher, and Mr. Duncan for being here today, for being very patient and informative with your response. So with that, I will go ahead and turn the time back over. Thank you.
Yeah, Nana, then another Nana, Zitos, Nala, it's on what did that. One of our autos so. So for years, Nana, I didn't see you over there, there's nothing done. I see a dog, but we charge me there, I think that's a dog. Nana, Nana, what do Speaker so.
On that case, earlier, that's what I wanted to expand upon was the treaty, and I'm glad that honorable desk was the Treaty of 1868. We're actually a treaty tribe. We're not a 280 tribe. We're not a tribe that went under as a reorganization tribe. So I don't know. Alcohol from the Department of Justice, I think in the forefront, the Department of Justice should be there, bringing up these, I guess, not solutions, but other avenues that they can explore. And then back to the 1924 law that allowed granted citizenship to Native Americans across the United States. Somewhere, the federal government we need to have a dialogue indirectly with them. As this ICE, what was granted in the executive order is going to continue to move, but we need to move forward to get a consultation indirectly from the federal government. At the same time, our senators that were elected and our representatives. So I think that's the first step. The other is that reaching out to the staff is their Flagstaff. And that's what we'll- the other is that, you know, no matter what state, it tells you nationality. And there's a couple of boxes there. There's African American, white, Caucasian, Pacific Islander, Caucasian. I don't Native American, but Caucasian. I don't Black, things like that. That's what it says on there. So I think our ID is something that we really need to have that dialogue state. Because whether it's the state of New Mexico, state of Utah, and the state of Arizona, and other states out there, you know, they need to recognize, if they, you know, to me, they recognize Native Americans. Why is it that they haven't done before? If they didn't recognize us, they wouldn't be there. So I think that that's one area that I think that we need to remind the states that, hey, you have this on here, and that's one area that that the government can look at. If they scan that ID or your driving license, and you know pops up also things like that, and it says Native American. Okay, so that's Native American. Let's get a little bit more information. So that should start clearing out all these questions. So so I think that we really need to have that dialogue with the state to try to get them to how can we utilize the state to alleviate a lot of this confusion that's going on there regarding the individual that was held for 9 hours, and his ID should have already sparked something, some sort of clarification to say, hey, this is a Native American, which should be somewhere is the federal government, and in that, is that a breach of trust? Is that a form of breach of trust? You know, action against the Native American due to the Treaty of 1868. I don't know. This, you know, it's a form of civil rights, and we are a different type of people in the United States. And somewhere that it's protected, and pointing that out to the federal government to say, hey, this is a form of breach of trust. And may lead to lawsuits. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, one such case. It is such a one sufficient. It is yeah. When it is so near, was it done?
Yeah, it's another. Nana, Snat, Nabanat, the Niki Patients, other, although Hadams of the Ziki, patient fight, not hot of the Ikishi, Nana split or the door, and Hana did lift or the door, which had a sticky speaker, other Mr. Foreman, Mr. Jim, Mr. Beecher, other Mr. Dumpty. Patient fighting Panaho, Gistone, other Kilo, it was a Hanana Stita. Donenda, Dodoka, Enadi, Nenda. I suppose she does the door, the key over Kodoba case, Ashi, Ado, another business, or Hashi, got it as a Nana. But Ella, speaker, union presenters, floor is yours.
Great, thank you, colleagues. And thank you for all of the feedback and recommendations, colleagues. As I mentioned, as of yesterday, I did send over to email for recommendations on a plan of action. And those are just recommendations that's coming from the office and also the council here. And hopefully within the next 24 hours, at least some of those recommendations are put in some type of protocol. So at least we can start beginning the communication efforts with our constituents in these metropolitan areas. So overall, thank you again, colleagues, and being able to hear from the presenters. You know, that I think it's helpful for your efforts as well, for you to hear some of the boots on the ground testimonies, you know, stories that you have heard here from my colleagues. So I think it's good to have the whole office to initial. Do you think, you know, had that this verification, this, that, this and that, but really just going back down to what is really happening on the ground with families, with relatives, and, you know, I just got a text message right now again saying that Tohajale, ICE is at Tohajale doing verifications at one of the job sites at the healthcare center. So, you know, this is getting momentum of what is really happening in real time. So I think there needs to be some type of a protocol or a plan that needs to be put in place from the executive branch so we can help to either fund the cause and also to help with communication, press releases, media efforts. So I think this is not a one branch effort, but it needs to be a whole 3-branch effort where we need to help our relatives that are out there. So those are just my closing thoughts and comments, and hopefully that we would just really rely on the oral directives that came today, that 24-hour notice. There should be planned, or even before 24 hours in front of our desks or emails on what to communicate back with our people.
Point of order, another, Eugenia Charles New.
Thank you. So I guess for those asking for proof, what kind of proof is needed? And people are asking, like, what does council want? What kind of proof? Is it actual names, phone numbers of people who are experiencing this? Because I don't think people would make that up out of Tohajale, given, you know, with the sweep happening. So what kind of proof should our Navajo people be giving? Again, this is, you know, this is being proactive. So I just need to know so that it's on the record, what kind of proof is needed. Thank you.
Again, another Honorable Eugenia Charles New. Honorable order, you will recognize not each level. So with that, Heishi, Officer President, Vice President Adan, Heishi and Laho, Kisoyaki, Heishi, not on Jehado. That is there a plan for an executive order to be in place by President Blue Nygren? Joe executive order in Lago Dita Dina Set Dikodat Enigi Ebe Ada Hussein Jono Jokata executive order Peshi Bayaki session Arjun Blue Nygren. I don't know who's speaking for Blue Nygren at this point. Adonana the acting Attorney General. There's really nobody from OPVP. So as acting Attorney General, then as an executive order, and then di padat anigi where long ba sen chuput ado la John Dolby jo ne ya zen jo khishi be khish na khishi ya long o ne di o be khish na ni ne ado kadosh nali ya Candice Slim email la jo aho ya Ako, Asia the Nachita, Executive Order, Jilau, Ayat Ehudi. Okhishi Aden Hayat Kishashin, OPVP has ando without Anasti or the speaker, though presenters no Funigi. Anan Ahia to give the floor over to Acting Attorney General. Okay, that's sort of difficult. Okay, Mr. Borman, that's it. Just that's it. Executive branch, Yado, Yana, Bada, Ako, as John Beckles named the Ajit, ito da, this is lots of. That's it. That's it. Government, are you representing executive branch?
ORB.
Ako, the club, ako, Ron, ako. So, Heishi Shashin. Although on Zoom we have Geneva. Giovanna McGee. She's on Zoom. OPVP. Giovanna, if you can hear me, I will give you the floor regarding the point of order that was raised by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Honorable, yes, this is Giovanna Begay from Office of the President and Vice President. And thank you, Honorable Vince James, for letting me speak here. I am listening here, taking everything that's being spoken of. And we did meet as of yesterday regarding these issues that's going on with the office. We did get some phone calls yesterday, and there was a live mother that came on the call that her son was detained in Albuquerque. So we took that into consideration. So we did have that emergency meeting yesterday. So we are working on one at this point. So that's, I can report that to you at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, Giovanna, so in regards to the point of order, and then to the executive order, the time frame, when will you guys issue that out? Giovanna?
I will make sure that thank you, Vince James, Honorable. I will make sure that I will get this back to our office at this point. So a time frame, I'm not sure at this time, but I will definitely get back with you on that.
Adonana Legal Counsel, Sean, from OPVP.
Hi, I'm here, Dara Blackwater, OPVP Legal Counsel. I just got on, so if someone could tell me what the question is, that would be helpful. Thank you.
The question, there was a point of order that was made by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, requesting what kind of documents needs to be noted for our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation. So in return, I'm asking, when can the president do an executive order with that information for our Navajo constituents throughout the Navajo Nation and beyond that in the urban areas? Thank you.
So I think I understand correctly that the question is about what documents our citizens should have on them in the event that they're stopped by ICE or Border Patrol or the Department of Homeland Security, in which case the guidance that we've received is that a picture ID is the best document that somebody can have on them. So that would probably be a state ID, a driver's license, or a Navajo Nation ID. A CIB can be helpful to show that you're a citizen of the Navajo Nation, but because it's not a picture ID, it's not going to be the best option. So the guidance that we received was that a picture ID is the best thing to have on you.
Thank you very much for that again. But the question that we have, or point of order, is the executive order. Because response have been made that OPVP, legal counsel, and president are on calls they have been on calls throughout the day. So you should already be in contact with agents at the Arizona state level, at the New Mexico, Utah state level. Who are you communicating? They should be telling you what is needed, what kind of documents that should be in place or that our NAFTA citizens should have on them at all times. So you guys are the ones that are meeting with these individuals. You all have the upper hand. Our president has the upper hand to execute and do an executive order to make that notice to all of our NAFTA people. When will that take place? Thank you.
As far as I know, there's not necessarily a plan for an executive order, but we are putting out information to the public to try to educate people on, what we've received, the information we've received from these agencies. We've been in communication with other tribes, federal agencies, and directors who everyone we've spoken to says the same thing, which is what I just relayed to you, that a state-issued ID, a tribal ID, or any picture identification is going to be the best thing for our citizens to have on them. And we are working on getting that information out to the public as we speak so that they can be informed about the guidance that we're receiving as well.
Okay. All right. If you can get back with us by tomorrow noon time with speaker to identify what you guys are going to issue out. And in that same executive order, you should also have some information on where our NAFO people can call or contact individuals regarding their legal status, NAFO Nation citizenship document. All of that should be put in the executive order. And right now, all we're doing is verbally sharing this with each other. But beyond us, as us sharing it with each other, we're not getting that prepared. And so when Rainbow Bridge had occurred, that whole operational process, all that contact information was put into that one document. And that's what we should be doing. And so when is it that our president is going to be issuing that information out? So if one of our Navajo citizens is contacted by ICE, blah, 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 and they're released, who does that person report to? Right now, there's no confident phone number, no confident place that this individual that just dealt with ICE can contact this person. Nobody. And so all of those information should be within his executive order or in his notification to the citizen throughout the Navajo Nation. Right now, there's none. So, and you at OPVP have been on calls with other agencies from each of the states. So you know more than what we know at this point. So with that, Mr. Foreman.
Yeah, should get this to on that night, Kitty, Kudo, Sumaya, Ziggy, Kepo, Delegate Simons. Kudo, Heshi, the Betos, Ediki, Heshi Betos, Kudoto specifically ya other what ndati geest op het last line lead on this. Keep the night the kid is John. Geest op het is iets dat this. Ado hata what na gaan nege gaat what Dekon nege ya geest What things can I think this? Who, what, where, when? Those are the questions that individuals that are affected by these inappropriate contacts need to supply. Without that information, it's just a story. It's always nagging out. It just becomes a story. But investigative agencies will need those specific information. Somebody has a name. Second, third, fourth, okay. Other the isn't job, but the Neniki, please use that. In I don't Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission that I need to put up at 90 hit the nan Leniki oh Hanna got a ya nested out for the year. Do a half ocean could out what the dog Christine, don't think what you're getting budget and Nico ya had net a step. Oh, ni le put the boy a quen but now as is sound. A kohata hot a head hard as a hot a 8 out and zonobahan. Hotel Honkopahan certain zonike without on us in the day is jump. We hear on this is a quarter dice not psyche. We hear page behind Nike a 928-871-7436. I didn't house put Zatam. I then went out hot in the dog Ninigi, hot later when I hot in Ninigi, ash for the Hessian Ninigi, bank his house.
Yeah, Mr. Gorman. That's the information that needs to be in the executive order. Are they at 10? Nowhere. If I get detained, who do I contact? And when I contact this person, who do I tell when I got contained? Who contained me? Where it happened? Right now, there's none. And so all of that information should be within the executive order. There's none. And so now you just gave out a phone number. But again, that's just, you're just retelling us. And then beyond that, those individuals that are on the call. And so at this point, what is the president going to do? Yes. And the best way to do it is to do an executive order with all of this information on there that can be disseminated out and then put on our website, to be put on social media, just like how we did Rainbow Bridge. That's how we addressed that Rainbow Bridge. So they had a phone number on a document, and that one document circulated around all over the place. And that executive order, the president can do with that information on there. And that's why I'm asking, who's going to do that? When will that be done? We are not on the calls that OPBP staff and individuals have been on today. So they will have more information on how they resolve to make sure that this reporting is done the correct way. And so right now there's none besides that one number. So that one number is not going to be available after 5 p.m., 6 p.m. It won't be available on weekends. So that's where I'm trying to get to. When is it that our president is going to issue out an executive order to address the point of order that's coming from Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman? I'm still trying to address the point of order that was given to us by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman. And then so I'm trying to find answers for her so we can move on based off our committee rules. So that's where I'm at. So if anybody wants to speak up from OPVP office, I'll give you the floor again. Ms. Begay, Ms. Blackwater.
Oh, Art.
Anybody from OPVP? Just concurring that staff did indicate that we do have individuals from OPVP on the call. Ms. Begay, Ms. Blackwater, legal counsel from OPVP. Anybody?
Hi, Honorable Vince James. This is Gervonna Begay from the OPVP.
The floor is yours, Ms. Begay.
Okay, so I did contact the office and they will be online at this point. If I can get another minute, they will be on the call.
And who is that? Do we have a name of the individual that's supposed to be on the call so we can have staff look out for that name or the phone number?
Yes. Yes, it's going to be Candace, Deputy Chief of Staff, and Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So listener 9, would that be either Deputy Chief of Staff or Chief of Staff from OPVP? I don't think that's the number. Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval, Deputy Chief of Staff, Slim.
I know.
What you just said. That's all.
That's expensive.
Okay.
Point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman.
Yeah, Shanella, thank you for explaining that. I think that it clarified what the request was when you explained it. So yes, I do agree. So number one, I do not agree that we need one confirmed case. We don't need that. You discredit the people who are coming out asking for help when you're asking for one verified case. So I just now saw the posting on Facebook by Boo, where he's saying that there's no confirmed cases of detention of Dinesh citizens. We just had Senator Hatafi give us a verbal report of what happened. Are we discrediting what she said? So my point of order in this is that the posting right now on Facebook is that there's no confirmed cases. Teresa Ledger Fernandez, a United States representative, just now posted on Facebook. What is happening? What does this council need to react? You want names and phone numbers of our elders who are scared? Is that what it's gonna take for you to respond? What we need to know is what number do they call? If Boo can post on Facebook, he can post the phone number to say, call this number. If number one, if you're lucky enough to get to a phone after you've been detained, but call this number. Number two, if you're not scared to be retaliated against after you've been released. Is that the message that the 25th Navajo Nation Council and Boo wants to send to our Navajo people? Speaker Curley said, let's be proactive. I am not going to discredit the voices who have come out right now to talk about what they're doing. So who do they call? And is that information going to be secured? If we give the names of those people who are detained to our senators and our representatives, then guess what? They're going to be asked, who reported that? And then it's going to go up the line until it gets to the top. And then suddenly Trump is going to have your name for reporting that you were illegally detained. Is that what we're asking our Navajo people? So what number do they call? And then is that information going to be safe? Do we tell these people when you come out, we're not going to share that information with anybody? If we don't share that information with anybody, we're back at the same place, which is prove to us that this is happening. I don't need one confirmed case. I am ready to speak up and say that something needs to be done. And this is not crying wolf. This is being proactive. We do not need a confirmed case. And I hope that Boo's attorneys are listening right now, because if you want a speaker to send you a screenshot of the Twahajale reporting, is that going to be enough? People are scared. So what proof do you need that this is actually happening? And should we wait for it to actually happen with a confirmed case that has been verified? Or should we think about the fact that as our acting Deputy AG stated, this has been going on for many years. Native American profiling is not a new thing. If you agree to that statement, then you should be agreeing to the fact that our people are scared. And they need some guidance from us, the elected officials that they voted. So I don't need no confirmed case. Just tell me what needs to be shared out there with our people. So again, point of order is that if Boo can post it on Facebook, he can surely come before council to say, all right, I campaigned and I said, I'm gonna work with council. Let's work together on this issue. So, Chair Pro Tem, thank you.
Again, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, for that point of order. I'm still trying to recognize your first point of order. I don't think we have, do we have somebody on the call from Deputy Chief of Staff, Ms. Candace Slim, or Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval? Okay. Shadeja, Ms. Candace Lim, star six, Deputy Chief of Staff, going once. Deputy Chief of Staff, Ms. Candace Lim, going twice. Deputy
It's unmuted now.
Chief of Staff, Ms. Candace Lim.
Say hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, the floor is yours. Deputy Chief of
Hello,
Staff.
good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. I just logged in. Was there a specific question that you asked? My understanding was the chief of staff was online as well as one of our legal counsel. So I apologize. I'm just logging in.
Oh, okay, go ahead. So with that, we did have Ms. Begay on the call. I thought she relayed the information to you. I apologize. So the question is, when will Boo Niagara do a executive order with information that has been shared with you and others throughout the day on what our Navajo people need to have, what kind of documents that they need to carry with them. And then also in that same executive order to have our Navajo people call if they've been affected by the ICE agent or any other deportation effort team members. If they've gone through that process, who did they contact? To inform that person of when it happened, where it happened, how it happened, the full description. And so we're trying to be proactive here and not react until we have a confirmed case. We understand we don't have a confirmed case yet, but we're trying to be proactive before we have a confirmed case to get this information out to our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation and then beyond the Navajo Nation and the urban areas. So when will that executive order be issued out? We did hear from Mr. Gorman. He did provide us a phone number, but again, there's that uncertainty that who is going to answer the call after 5 p.m.? Who is going to answer that phone call during the weekend? Who is going to answer that call late at night? And so all of this should be written within the executive order that our president has authority to do for our Navajo people. So that's where we are at. And
Okay, I appreciate the question. Thank you.
and then the time frame of when that will be issued out. So with that, Ms. Slim, the floor is yours.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the questions. So right now, the president, we're still briefing him on the situation. We haven't even talked about issuing an executive order yet. Right now, as you just mentioned, there have been no reports. We have only received a couple of calls on our end. Our team, both our legal and our media team, has been following those leads. And one case was a gentleman who was actually picked up on a prior, who was on his third offense, I believe. And so, we're just trying to ensure that we're not adding to the hysteria, but, of course, we also, to your point, want to be proactive. So we can definitely discuss an executive order with the president. Like I said, he has not been fully briefed yet. And so a number of our staffers here got off a phone call with a number of tribal leaders down in the southern part of the state, tribes whose reservations are along the U.S.-Mexican border. And it is a status quo down there. There have been no reports of any unusual activity or tribal members that are being arrested, detained, or questioned. And that's not to say that there won't be, but as of right now, we just have not had any of those reports. But again, I'm happy to, share the council's position with the president regarding the executive order, but that's all I have right now.
Yeah, thank you, Shadeja. So we do have Chief of Staff, Mr. Patrick Sandoval here that just came in as well. So with that, I'll give you the floor. Mr. Sandoval.
Good afternoon. Yeah, where's Mr. James at? Oh, got it. I gotta look directly at you, make sure I acknowledge you. So the Office of the President and Vice President has been working on this since.
Is your mic on?
Now it is, right? Testing.
I think it's
It's green.
green.
That is green, right? Yeah. So
Mr. Gorman,
hello.
Okay. There you go.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 1. Can you hear me now? It's off again. It's off again. Okay. So members of the Navajo Nation Council, the Office of the President, Vice President has been monitoring the situation since yesterday and as early as the day before. The Office of the President has been in contact with both the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and their governor's staff on public safety issues. We've been in contact with ICE and their representatives out of Texas who oversee New Mexico, as well as meetings tomorrow with the Homeland Security people. As of right now, we firmly believe that a lot of the what's being said and being heard, there's nothing that's 100% confirmed that anybody's been detained, unless you guys know differently. In speaking with all the people that we are staying in touch with and working with and maintaining a level of communication in the event we do come up with something. Now, more on a proactive side, we're looking towards our big component is education. We've confirmed with federal officials at the ICE level, as well as the New Mexico state level, and those people that work with the border issues all the time, that probably one of the best things we can do is to get our people as educated as we can, their families educated, so that they can let their families know who may be working in or near these areas, these cities, the border. They may be in school, they may be just living there. But it's been confirmed by representatives from ICE that the one thing that'll help them is to make sure they have their issued ID, state issue ID. So as long as they have that, they'll be fine. There was one case yesterday in Albuquerque, New Mexico, at the Bernalillo County Detention Center. We received a call from the aunt of an individual immediately, and the people that we had in our meeting, law enforcement, they checked the Bernalillo County Detention System list, and the individual was there, and it didn't say what they were there for, but the family also called back and said that they were released almost immediately. I don't know how long the detainment was or if anything, but she had called about an hour before. Within that hour, the individual was released. So we're following up on that particular one. But the biggest thing that we can do, and we're working on an education component with predominantly social media right now, newspaper and radio will probably begin tomorrow, just again to try to get families of Navajo people who are outside the Navajo Nation to look into this stuff. We know of one case where I believe it was in Albuquerque, where they were looking at certain apartment complexes, and in those apartment complexes, there may have been some people that they were looking for specifically. But again, ICE confirmed that as long as people have a state issued ID, things are going to be fine. That's not to guarantee that something different could happen, but we want to make sure that we have established contact with somebody so that if a Navajo citizen is able to prove that they're caught up in the system, we can work from our end through our law enforcement and so on. Today at 3 o'clock, we had a call arranged by the Arizona governor to talk to 3 of the native tribes down in the southern part of Arizona or along the border, because again, they deal with this stuff every day. So they were giving us some information, talking about how we should handle things, how we could handle things. But I think most importantly, we have established contact with people at the state level who work with the federal officials every day on border issues and these particular issues. And more importantly, we have contact with people at the federal level through ICE. And tomorrow we have a meeting with Homeland Security to again discuss other issues and make sure that we have contacts for situations that could arise. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Point of order, Honorable Otto So.
I know that we're not gonna get to the finish out the report. I would like to request that we send NECA and community development. Hopefully from Gina has or bring them back in at another time for this update.
So now that you made a point of order,
That's all. I mean, there's no point of privilege here.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I raised the point of order.
And in your point of order, well, it's not relevant to the discussion at this point, so I won't recognize it. Okay, so we had a point of order, Chief of Staff Sandoval, from Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And so in that point of order, she had brought up to be proactive and also not to react until we have a case that has been confirmed. So as being pro temp speaker, I came back and indicated, okay, what kind of same message are we gonna disseminate out to the Navajo people? And so I came to the thought of doing executive order, which our president has the right authority to do. And in that executive order, to indicate what you have been saying, plus your colleagues, your peers here, of what kind of documentation is needed for each Navajo citizen to carry around with them. Number 2 was to also, in that same executive order, to indicate if a Navajo person, individual is detained, where they can call and who the contact person would be to share when the incident happened, where it happened, how it happened. That way we have a reporting system. And so when you do that, when our president does that executive order, you send that documentation to media, of course. You would send that to the radio station. And so then you have this single document that's shared among all Navajos, and we're all sharing the information, not individual information. I know Mr. Gorman did share a phone number with us, but again, how assurance is that phone number going to be answered after 5 p.m. during the weekends, late at night, when some of our Navajo people might be detained during the late hours. So that's where we are at. So that's the point of order that I recognize, that we haven't addressed that executive order. When will that be done? And to give us that time frame. So now you've indicated that you're gonna have another meeting with Homeland Security tomorrow. So that should tell you when you should be able to talk with our president and inform our president when he should be issuing that executive order out to our Navajo people. That's where we are at. Chief of Staff, Sandoval?
Thank you for that information and those comments, Honorable James. And yes, I agree, and I believe our legal counsel, Candace Lim, was on the line before I jumped on, and I believe she acknowledged that we would be taking a look at that executive order, the language that it would contain, and the disbursement of what that would be. And we probably won't even wait if we go ahead and go down that particular avenue till after even the Homeland Security meeting tomorrow. We have more than enough information talking to all of the people involved in these operations that have been authorized. I guess that's the right word to use by the President of the United States. And so we will certainly make sure that we also keep by email maybe all of the council delegates involved of what, what's going on, what's happening. We can do that.
Okay, so the time frame would be tomorrow by 5?
Let's give it till the end of the day tomorrow, because again, we're coming up on the weekend. One thing I'd like to mention is that the phone number, we've made it available. Mr. Duncan, are you here? Yeah, his number, his office has been available, but we've also, that's to a degree of verification. However, we know that that's only an 8 to 5 number. We're also looking at the old number that was used for Operation Rainbow Bridge to attach to things going forward. So, but that decision hasn't been made yet. We will certainly make sure we have a number that hopefully is going to be 24/7. We've been talking about police dispatch locations, but we're still in that process. But we just wanted to assure, I want to assure everybody that we have no confirmed active cases of a Navajo being fully detained and in a system right now. And in speaking to ICE, they've always consistently asked us if you have a name and a birth date if possible, get it to us and let us check it out. But we've had nothing up to this point of the names of any individuals. And there's a lot of stuff going around on social media, but it's mostly misinformation.
Okay, so in the second point of order that was done when I was trying to resolve the first point of order, in that second point of order, it was brought up in regards to confirmed cases. Why do we need to make sure that we have a confirmed case first and then we react? We should be proactive and issue out this notice, executive order with all the information. That way our Navajo people know where to call to provide you that information. In return, you will provide that name, birth date, all of that to ICE to confirm what has been reported. Right now, if I were detained, where do I call? There's nowhere to call. There's nowhere for me to tell, okay, who do I tell? And so that's where we're trying to resolve the matter within the second order that was done. So that's where we're at. So I'll give you some time to respond to the second point of order. Chief of Staff, Sandoval?
Okay, the second point of order was?
The second point of order was, why do we need to have a confirmed case to react?
Okay.
And we should be proactive.
The Office of the President, Vice President firmly believe that all of our actions up to this point is proactive. We've reached out to all of the agencies that I've mentioned. We've had meetings with them. And so the thing that has not been done yet is an executive order. We've gotten information out there proactively to citizens via social media mostly, but we will get there, and I understand exactly what you're saying and where you're coming from, and we'll treat it as such.
Okay, so with that, that addresses the second point of order. So hopefully we'll have an executive order out by tomorrow, 5 p.m. So so with that, committee members, Naa'bik'iyati, I think we're barely holding a quorum.
Point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen.
Okay, so just so I'm clear here, Patrick. So number one, you're saying that there's no confirmed case. But there's no number for people to call. So how do people know what number to call so that you can verify that there's a confirmed case? Just doesn't make sense logically. So the phone number, so you're saying wait until 5 o'clock tomorrow. If somebody was picked up right now, our message to them would be wait until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Who will have sent out an executive order by that point. Are you understanding? There's no logic to that. So yeah, you're looking at me like you're confused. Okay, number one. So let me
I heard you.
down. Let me break this down for
I
you.
heard you.
Doesn't seem like you did with that
And
expression that you made.
You're
So
confusing me.
if
Kadosh Nana, and then also Chief of Staff, respectfully, Ashonda, per our committee rules, wait to be recognized to speak. Chief of Staff, Sandoval, thank you.
So at this point, there has been no number shared with the Navajo people, no number. So if they were detained yesterday, they have no number. Now, if there is no number, and you guys are saying, as Candace Pagodi Slim stated, just the height, it doesn't make sense if you did not have a number established. Our Navajo people cannot call to say, this is what happened to me. But yet you guys are saying there's been no confirmed cases. So if I was picked up tonight by ICE and there's no phone number to call, you want me to wait until 5 o'clock tomorrow? There is no logic in that. You're stuck tomorrow, a number, wait until then. And then if you did get picked up by ICE, then you can call that number and then we'll confirm it. Well, the deed was already done. So that's where I'm like having a hard time trying to understand if you're going to confirm a case, there should be a number that people should call. And our people cannot wait until 5 o'clock tomorrow. So we need something ASAP. If the people want to call me, I share my phone number all the time because as appointed, elected people, the Navajo people pay for our cell phones. Share your phone number with them. 928-257-0476. That is my cell phone number. Call me if you have any questions. Every single one of your delegates should share their cell phone number with you. That way, if you run into an issue, if you can remember the phone number, then call. So that's why I was saying at the very beginning, if you're going to do a number, if you're going to put together a number, make it easy for people to remember, like 1-800-GEICO or 1-800, something that's got like a, I don't know, rainbow something. So we just need a number that they can call so that they can share their experience with you guys, so that you guys can confirm that case. If that's what you need to move forward, then they need a number that they can call. So for the Navajo people who are listening, I share it with KNDN, KTNN, I share it on Facebook. The cell phone that you, the Navajo people, pay for is 928-257-0476. And I will say that to all of my colleagues in here. Share your work cell phone with your people. Post it, put it out there. Every single one of you have said, our people elected us. Will become, put that number out there, share it with them so that if they get in trouble by ICE, they can call you. Just plain and simple. So that number, what is the number? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Gina Charles Newton. So with that, I'll give some time back over to Chief of Staff Sandoval to address the point of order.
Thank you. There is no number established yet. We're working on it. There have been no confirmed cases. I understand your rationale, but how are we gonna know if there's no number? There is no number yet. We'll be working on it. You have my number. If you come across something or anybody comes across something, give me a call and I'll put things into place with what we're working with right now. So allow us.
Chief of Staff, hold on, you can't hear anything again.
The batteries. Okay. Hello. Hello.
There you go.
All right. Yeah. So do you want me to repeat what I said or just go from here?
Go from there.
Okay. So we will be working on that tomorrow before 5 o'clock. When you brought up the 5 o'clock time frame, that wasn't my time frame. That was what was recommended or what was brought to our attention. So we'll be working on it tomorrow again. And today, if somebody does get caught up in the system, they may be there for a little bit, but again, as soon as they get in contact with us, we can start working on it. And the biggest thing we can do is work with families and educate the families and get notice out to the public to try to be as proactive as they can with their identification and making sure they have it. We're working on it.
Okay, thank you. So what phone number do they call?
She gave a number.
Okay, so that's the phone number that they will call. So with that, Honorable, there was a number that Mr. Leonard Gorman gave out too.
I could do that.
Okay. All right, so that will be speaker. So with that, let me go to Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Senator, thank you. I think the best way to handle this is all the police departments need to contact.
Hey, Mike, on, there, yeah, Honorable Toth.
The recommendation slip it on, Senator, law enforcement, dispatcher, you can instruct them. From there, the phone call will go to whoever,
Okay.
So the other recommendation I have is proof again, the officer's name, the location, if they were detained, auto time of detained, current location, emergency contact family, chapter, which chapter this individual is from, the current address, and the place of employment. It is the cautions. So that would be enough to identify yourself. It is, it is bad, this is a recommendation. Also, if the legal counsel or attorneys can make a research, legal question, executive order by Trump supersedes the U.S. 14th Amendment of Constitution. Research about the position, attorneys, executive branch, also DOJ and the president attorney. So really, according to the United States, just unseen body of fail. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay, thank you. With that, Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair James. All members of the 25th Council. Committee, Mr. Chief, I would like to just address that this issue that's come down ICE and our people. This is very, very concerning. Almost like a top priority for the Navajo Nation right now as we speak, for people living in urban areas. Now, this is, Mr. Sandoval, this is an opportunity for Navajo Nation leadership, okay? Legislative branch, executive branch, Mr. President, Ms. Vice President. This is the time to put our heads together and say, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to move and act yesterday. All right, Donna, let's get this number out there. I can put my number out there, 928-287-4775. Anybody can call me and say, okay, I'm stuck here. Mr. Nez, I need some help. You gave your number. Who do I call? Then I would give them some guidance. Another thing also, since we're talking about this, South America, I'm from here, no. And what if that happens? But before that happens, let's put some numbers out there, phone numbers, where to contact. Let's establish something as leaders of the Navajo Nation. We're elected people now. Not only this, Mr. Sandoval, in about 4 days, we're going to have the Navajo Nation Council winter session. A lot of our people on there. It would be nice for our President Nygren, Vice President Montoya to give a report on this as a priority as well, and what to do, how we're working on it. And we should also be planning to go to Washington, Mr. Sandoval, and talk to congressional and Senate leaders and tell them our concern as well. Okay, when he provides the State of the Navajo Nation address, he can tell the people, calm down. We're taking care of this. Here's some numbers. And, you know, just let the people out there know that we do care about them. And when the people listen on Monday to the State of the Nation address, I think that's where a lot of information could be disseminated as well. So, anyhow, about this, Dave, right back to you, President Chair. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, Nathan. With that, Chief of Staff Sandoval.
Okay, thank you, honorable members of the council, and first to Delegate Toll. I think that was a very good idea, using the police district's numbers. So thank you for that and that information as well. To Delegate Nez, I'll take that message back, and we truly embrace that and understand that, and we'll come up on Monday and see if we can't get that done.
Washina, go ahead, thank you. So with that, I'll give some time back over to Speaker. We'll going back to the response. Speaker.
Thank you, President Chair, and thank you again, colleagues, for the numerous feedback that we had on this important discussion. And as I stated before, our government should be set up to where we're proactive in a lot of these incidences, and in emergency cases, there's also an ICS structure. In the executive team, I know there's already a foundation already laid to set up an ICS structure, meaning that even if there's a liaison between the branches, we need that coordination. And having a hotline number, I think is very important, even before 5 PM tomorrow. At least our constituents and our people know where to go. There's a lot of fear that you get to see on social media. You can't just say ignore it and just say, oh, we're waiting to confirm it. I think that we're in these high position as leadership that we have to take the lead and make the best judgment for our people to make sure that there's a structure or there's a protocol put in place. So, and that's what our Navajo people need, especially with all of these families that are reaching out for help. And when you're going through a traumatic experience such as this, you don't outright and say, oh, well, the Navajo Nation leadership did not believe me, so why should I care to call them to verify my case? Yes. Why should I care to verify that I should put in a complaint if I'm not already believed first, if they don't believe me already? So there's a lot of emotional distress that goes into fear, acceptance, identity. This is not our first time going through something like this, but we should be able to provide therefore additional resources. And just looking at the other neighboring tribes, they already put into an ICS structure. Some have already set up emergency command systems where they have extended hours posted for vital records, or they have extended hotlines for different areas, who to call, or a shelter, or especially I worry about all of our unsheltered relatives that are in the metropolitan areas. It may not be just in the streets with no identifications, being able just only to speak Navajo and already living on the streets with fear. Those are the individuals that we should be thinking about first. But overall, and I think that the Human Rights Commission is always there 24/7. I know their work doesn't stop. I'm filing a lot of these claims, and again, their phone number is 928-871-7436. So for our people that are out there that feel like they have nowhere to go, make sure to call out to Human Rights Commission office, and then we'll do what we can to help those families and assistance, even if they have to file a claim or any type of lawsuits. So those are just my feedback, and Mr. Sandoval will be looking forward to some type of structure or protocol that could be put in place within the next 24 hours. So again, thank you, Chair James, for allowing us to give us this time to do this presentation today.
Mr. Gorman, Ms. Jen, Mr. Duncan, Mr. Chris, Richard, So with that, I don't have anybody in the lineup. And so that we had a motion that was made by Honorable George Toll and second by Honorable Otto So. So with that, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's do roll call vote to receive report 8.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Shauna Ann Pla, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Shauna Ann Pla votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Pinez Bacati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Pinez Bacati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused. Honorable Lynch James, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Pro Tem Chair Lynch James is not voting. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote? Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shanine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable George Tulloch, how do you vote? Honorable George Tulloch votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Anito, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Curtis Anito votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Lester Yazzie did not vote. Going back up once more. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Pinez Bacrati. Honorable Amber Pinez Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Shanine Parrish. Honorable Shanine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
EFC is excused.
Okay, for the record, Budget and Finance Committee members are excused. That would be more Honorable Norman Begay, Honorable Amber Pinez Bacrati, Honorable Shanine Parrish, Honorable Carl Slater, and Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Excuse me. Honorable Lester Yazzie. And Sherilyn Yazzie. With that, Speaker, you have 10 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with Budget and Finance Committee members excused, and Speaker Crowley not voting.
I voted.
Oh, excuse me, co-temp chair not voting.
I haven't voted yet.
Speaker Curley, how do you vote?
It's closed.
11 delegates. Co-temp.
You give us number?
11 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with pro tem chair Rich James not voting.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So that is 11 in favor, 1 opposed, and pro tem chair, speaker not voting. So with that, the report does pass. So issuing a, so thank you. Yeah, Todd. Nana, the phone number to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, which was concurred with Chief of Staff after Sandoval, 928-257-0476, and then also to Mr. Leonard Gorman, Human Rights, which is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Phone number 928-871-7436. Oh, and then Mr. Honorable Ricky Nez's number. 928-287-4775. Honorable Ricky Nez. So with that, thank you very much for the report. So with that, I'm going to give the floor, the gavel back over to Honorable Speaker Christian Curley.
And thank you, Chair Rich James, for helping me pro temp chair. Next, Delegate Alonso.
I motion to adjourn.
Yes. We need the official motion on the floor to accept it and to get the written report. Otherwise, it's not. There was a point of order.
Delegates, colleagues, some of our colleagues respectfully asking if we could take back your motion, if we can accept the 2 additional reports that weren't made as written reports. So we have those officially in our records.
Bring them back. I'd rather hear the written instead of the verbal report on community development and makeup. I'd rather hear it verbally. That's me. So-
Yeah, so.
So defer it.
You have to, yeah.
Defer to next month.
So Chair Avaso, if we could respectfully just make, at least recognize a motion to refer the reports to the next Naa'bik'iyati agenda with Asha. Okay. And Chair Gina Charles, you ready to pick up that motion?
Yes. So, just for the record, Speaker, so they did, provide us a written report. So what I would like to ask is that the, motion be that the report be deferred to the next Naa'bik'iyati. And at that time, you know, if they want to present the same information, they can. And then if they, I mean, if anybody wants a written report, I think this is what we've already got.
Great. Thank you, Chair Judith Trosman. And is there a second, colleagues? Yeah, we had a long day, but second by Delegate George Toll. I don't see any hands raised for any questions or comments. We'll go to a vote. I'll just go a roll call vote for the delegates that I do see here. Delegate Chair Reganez, how do you vote?
Delegate recognized, votes green.
Votes green. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Votes green. Chair Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Votes green. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez.
Green.
Votes green. Delegate Shauna Antoine.
Green.
Green. Chair Brenda Jesus.
Green.
Green. We have Delegate Curtis Benito.
Green.
Green. Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
Green. Chair Otto So.
Green.
Green. Delegate George Holt. Green. Delegate Arvin Mitchell. Green. Delegate Helena Nazbagay. Green. And that does have all the delegates present, and Budget and Finance Committee members are also excused for the record. And that is a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Now, Chair Otto So, was a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Simonson. I don't see any opposition, colleagues. Going for a roll call vote again for adjournment. Chair Reganez, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Green. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Green. Chair Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Green. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez.
Green.
Green. Delegate Shauna Antoine.
Green.
Green. Chair Brenda Jesus.
Green.
Green. Delegate Curtis Benito.
Green.
Green. Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Green.
Green. Delegate Chair Otto So.
Green.
Green. Delegate George Toll. Green. Delegate Arvin Mitchell. Green. Delegate Helena Nazbagay. Green. So we do have a total vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And we are officially adjourned at 6:02 PM. And thank you, colleagues. And tomorrow for announcement, I know there will be scheduled for budget meetings for the Budget and Finance Committee. And also, we'll see you at our winter council session starting on Monday. And also, long